Hey everyone, this is Louis7, and if you can believe it, I am only like 8 minutes late to my own stream today, so I'm making progress. Today, I once again had issues with audio, but I think that is working now. LOTRO has had, I guess since update 35, has decided that it does not like working with audio the first time I boot it, and if I just completely reboot the game, it suddenly works, at least so far. So that is what is going on at the start today, but I'm really excited because today we're checking out, as I have called it, the Dwarden revamp, because there are actually a couple revamps going on with Dwarden. Not just the Warden revamp, but also the power revamp should be, well, is of great interest for me because power was a big issue on this character before, and probably the least enjoyable part of running around without gear and like level 1 weapons and the such. So I'm hoping with the power revamp that it actually makes it better on this character. We will see if that's the case. Otherwise, there is of course the Warden revamp, which should bring tons of exciting things to this character. We already did a very brief sneak peek, I know, like launch day or something, or technically the day after, of update 35, and like this character has a resounding challenge now, which is pretty crazy. But I don't think I have 5 length gambits yet. I have a lot of 4 length gambits. So that's just, yeah, something I'll have to get used to. I suppose that just everything new that I have on this character, and some things I lost, but I think mostly I gained new stuff. So to get to chat, did want to say hello to Stands in the Fire and Val. But yeah, I'm super excited to check it out with this character. I even noticed on my skill bar, like, did I even have Never Surrender before? I almost don't feel like I did. But I have like battle memory now. I don't think I had that before. 6, 7, I think that's right. That's how I usually have those. We'll see if I actually need to have all these power potions on my bar anymore. It would be nice if I didn't have to focus so much on the power, to be honest. Let's get this actually properly organized though. Somewhat properly at least. Oh, this character's inventory. Here, you know the way to take care of your inventory is pick a random alt that you have and just send a bunch of low-level stuff that you hopefully aren't going to get anymore to them. I say hopefully because it seems to be kind of common in LOTRO at higher levels. Let's see, you get lower level items at higher levels than you should. Like, I should not get any rubies on this character anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if I'd happen to loot one. It seems to be particularly bad with scholar materials. Like, you'd get this artisan stuff all the way in Barrow Downs because I guess with whatever loot table the mobs have, it might be left over from old days. That's been a thing for a while. But yeah, like these scholar mats, for example, are actually useful for one of my characters. And then, oh, those are hides. I want to send anything processed. Why aren't these pristine hides stacked? There we go. That's one whole inventory space for this character. I shouldn't be getting... Okay, I really shouldn't be getting rowan wood. Come on. If I am still getting rowan wood, that is my own fault for gathering it. Well, technically, I'd probably still gather it if I saw it and didn't really think about it, just because that is the way I play this game. The cooking stuff I might actually sell when we head to a vendor. But I'm going to keep anything through artisan. I think wouldn't be a terrible idea at this point. So let's just... I think that one's expert, yeah. Let's just go with that for now. And that is what I call a clean inventory and Louisden's problem. Louisden, distant cousin of Dwarden. Still have no idea how that happened. Hello, Ben. Glad you're able to catch a bit of my stream. It is 11 p.m. where you are, which is actually relatively early. It seems like people, I'm guessing Europe-ish area, seems like it's usually past midnight, 2 or 3 a.m. Those seem to be the 2 popular times for my streams for them. And yeah, that does happen a lot when you're turning level points. It's also a at least used to be, a very big problem with particularly the level 95 mats. I forget what tier that is, but you could get those even in Mordor sometimes. For example, I think level 120 content, Mordor Besieged, Minas Morgul, maybe even beyond that. I don't know if they ever fixed it, to be honest, but you just get the 95 Scholar. I think very specifically Scholar is what I remember getting, but maybe even other things. But yeah, this character, for anybody who is not completely caught up, is ready to continue, I should say, Misty Mountains. So the idea today is that I am going to get him settled to hopefully where he's ready for Goblin Town the next stream. I don't know if I can quite get that far. I also don't know how much I have to do to even get that far. But that is the current... trying to talk and do all this while distracted petting the cat, but... and ideally not fall off bridges. But that is the current goal, and the reason only that much, despite me starting the stream early, is this is really going to be like a 2 or 3 or even 4-part stream for all I know. So I thought this actually worked out really well because my kin has group contest scheduled for about an hour from now. So I thought it'd be great to actually compare Dwarden's experience with the Warden revamp to my level cap Warden's experience with the Warden revamp, sort of back to back at the same time almost. And then after the group content, I could potentially go back to Dwarden. That was the initial plan, but I will say we have some extra stuff scheduled that I maybe didn't initially plan on running, basically. But that will be fine. Still going to be a very Warden focused episode and getting back settled with Dwarden. But yeah, just heading to the stable master. Hopefully this cat will eventually get on my way. See, she's in my way and bothering me, but not even where you all can see her. Probably because I'm petting her. So she's actually somewhat settled down. Come on. She seems very unwilling to get in the cat bed. Yeah, there she goes. Instant turnaround. Alright, so we're going to Glowin's camp. I guess that would be my only option for Misty Mountains. I don't remember exactly where I left off with the questing, but I think High Pass. I think that is where I'm going to go. I have another turn in though, I see. So where would that be? So yes, High Pass is one. Where is Real Treasure? It's not in Rivendell, is it? I thought I fixed all this stuff up and... Oh, Blue Mountains. Yikes. Okay. I'll untrack that. I'll keep the quest, but... I don't want to go to Thorn's Piper and I fight a lot over where the mic should be. She thinks it should be just like floating out in the middle of the room randomly. I think it should be actually somewhat in front of me. She also likes to make my character jump and sometimes spin as well. We'll see how long she lasts this time. Okay, she actually lasted longer because previously she just stepped right out. I have not done the high crag, really? Or is that a new thing? I've been there, unless I dreamt it all up. I'm just very surprised I could have missed a quest like this. But we'll just go there and see what that brings, I guess. And then Ben, you said, do you play the Redline Brawler lately? It's really fun. Oh, couldn't play Warden though. Can't remember all the gambits. Yeah, that's a thing with the Warden. You kind of sort of do have to remember the gambits, or at least the lines. Oh, that was pretty simple. And then I don't think the High Pass, although I don't know. Oh, he gave the quest for the High Pass. Okay. Now, something you all will probably notice is that I'm quite a bit underleveled. I'm not terribly underleveled, but like this quest is level 43, so presumably that camp is 43. And I don't have gear, so we have double challenge going on today. Also learning what tools this character has, the relative strength of different gambits at low levels, and in particular without gear and level 1 weapons. It'll be interesting. I do have, just for sake of comparison, I do actually have, say, Javelin of Virtue. Oh, Javelin wouldn't work, but let's find a melee gambit. Spear of Virtue, that's a good one. So Spear of Virtue does 55 damage over time and a tiny bit of damage up front. Technically it's more than 55. But that is the big thing before the Warden revamp, is that the upfront damage was actually a lot higher than the damage over time, which contrasts the typical Warden, where if I had this is the one weapon I had equipped just so we could see things, but I will not keep that equipped as much as I might want to, keep the gleaming square bat. But just to show the difference with the weapon, the main hand damage, sure, that goes up. It's a roughly double. So the upfront attack does roughly double damage, but the damage over time component does roughly 5 times damage. So that really goes up, and that's really where this character lacks, is the damage over time, oddly enough. That said, damage over time still is my primary source of damage, but is that actually the case? It looks like my frontal AoE, this is actually really interesting, because I have not looked at this. This is the first time actually looking at these things in detail. So Mighty Blow, let's see, Boar's Rush. Okay, let's see Wall of Steel. Wall of Steel's kind of like the single target version of Mighty Blow now, and it actually does sizable damage on this character. Like, I honestly think I would be better off using Wall of Steel than Mighty Blow. Let's see. Add the numbers up a little bit better. So it's like 570. This would have to have about 10 ticks minus 4-ish. So yeah, this would do, Mighty Blow would do more damage over time, but it'd have to be a pretty long fight. That said, my fights might be really long to where that actually would be the case. It's also true with damage over time abilities, I can stack them, but still just looking individual component, how much damage they do. I also noticed that range Wall of Steel is actually notably weaker than melee Wall of Steel by quite a bit. I should pay. Ooh, oh man, that wasn't playing. I'm used to just being able to sit there and let mobs attack me basically forever. Oh, I could have death ported to see where that would have taken me. But yeah, I guess I have to watch my health. I'm also not spec'd right now, so that's a thing. Well, my goal is for that to be the only death. Let's see if I can keep that up, though. But there was, okay, range resounding challenge. I'm curious, that's still 55 damage, so that looks like what all these dots here do. What was I checking? Oh, yeah, where are these guys? Here they are. Brink of Victory is 52 damage over time. Surety of Death is 53, okay. So these are all just about the same. I'm curious, though, with a weapon, how much that changes them. So it looks like, yeah, they actually become noticeably different with a weapon. That probably means if we actually unequip my weapon, we should see the... No, that doesn't actually give us the tooltip for damage over time. But basically, that means that the kind of percent of main hand damage is the primary source of damage. That's the primary source of damage on a lot of things, but the I can't equip a weapon. Oh, this is bad. Why does Brink of Victory require a weapon? Because it does main hand damage. All right. Well, there's a way around this. And as much as Piper is trying to stop me from any form of success, I think we can get through it. That is not what I want to use. Okay, that should be good. Just about. Oh, I don't have the tooltips, or not tooltips, but floating damage. 1 second. I kind of sometimes like floating damage off, but it's of course helpful to have it on. Provides valuable information. The lag, honestly, when I logged in, Rusted Nuts repair. The lag has not been great, but it's been kind of okay, at least so far in the early combat. But like when I was in the last homely house, it was kind of lagging a lot, actually, right as I was getting the stream started up. And yeah, but oh, what was that? Oh yeah, so what I was talking about with the like surety of death is the damage over time component scales a lot more on main hand damage than the upfront attack, basically. Like, your main hand damage is a lot more important, it seems. Anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and actually spec before I get myself into more combat on accident. I'll go with the blue line to start. That's what this character used to be, so that'd be a good starting point. We'll go full healing with this character to start off at least. Oh, I really don't want to spend the time doing shield up, so that could actually be, honestly, not a bad option for a trait to avoid. So shield up would give me minus 2% incoming damage, and it looks like this would make that up to 7%, which is pretty decent. But I'd rather not have to spend the time using a gambit like that, so I'm going to go a little bit odd with this character. It's not necessarily what I would recommend for a typical defensive oriented, like if you're doing a DPS build and a tank build on your warden, I wouldn't necessarily recommend going with this build for the tank build, but because of this character's unique circumstances, I am going to do this a little bit odd and spend, yeah, that's not, if I'm only playing solo, there's no point in doing anything with this trait with threat. Okay, shield gambit buff duration sounds pretty nice out of these options. And then I'd have to spend... Stand your ground, so boring. I might as well get one of these at that point. Even, well, yeah, crit defense is passive enough, and I'm not using those gambits. We'll probably do melee instead of ranged and tactical, even though it's a 2-for-1. Most mobs, speaking of mobs, would be melee. Okay, I don't know if I applied any of these traits, but too far away. Targeting the wrong word. But this time I have a weapon equipped, melee weapon, so I can use my melee gambits. I also realized I don't have restoration. I used to be a very strong heal for this character. It would heal me up in just a few ticks, really. That is actually, just speaking of heals, I am kind of quickly noticing that is where this character is weak. My heals are a whole lot weaker than they used to be. So yeah, I gotta remember Wall of Steel. That should be my gambit of choice here. There we go. Just took a moment for the damage to actually do anything. But hello, George. And yes, I am. I'm actually starting a stream technically later than scheduled, but earlier than usual. It's an exciting Friday. I have some exciting stuff coming up later in the stream. Of all the content that I've talked about, there is even more that is exciting. Unfortunately, a lot of the exciting stuff that I had planned for this week, I couldn't get to. It's been a super busy week for me. That's why I haven't had all the planned daily videos that I was supposed to have. Monday, Tuesday, I think I was planning on like streaming one of those days, Tuesday or Wednesday. Never got around to that, obviously. And there's just so much content with Update 35, so much YouTube content that I could make. I imagine some other LOTRO YouTubers are taking advantage of all the Update 35 content, but I have clearly not gotten around to that. Is there a chance that Update 35 has killed the Naked LOTRO challenge for this character? Am I finally learning how difficult it would be to go around on another class without gear? Because this is a lot rougher than it used to be. That said, I still haven't put all my trait points in. I do actually have these virtues up. Wow, this character is one of my cleanest with virtues. Usually I have like accidentally leveled charity, that's the common one, or just something I didn't want, but this character is quite clean with that. The virtues are his main source of stats. You know what? Actually, if this does seem to be too difficult, maybe something I could consider is I have a ton of virtue boosters from various Valars that I just haven't used on those characters, I would actually highly consider Dwarden for those instead of a like actual character that could use them long term. Because that would be a way to do it without actually equipping gear or a new weapon. That said, at this point, I could, the legendary items as well, if I do decide to go with LIs, that could be a decent, these traits. The problem with this trait, I need to put that, I'm working on a Warden video that I have basically written, but I want to put this trait in there. So, let's see. It's a long video. I expect it to be about 20 minutes, but I need to make note of this real quick, and it's taking me forever to find where I talk about Blue Line. Although this is maybe something I should also look at more in detail, but just made a note for me to look at it with this particular trait. It's one that I'm not the biggest fan of, just because it's like, it improves your 2-length gambit builders, which is very few of them, with like Impressive Flourish. Perseverance actually has a use with the incoming healing modifier, but yeah. It's just a funky trait that it seems like a wasted trait. Like there could be something a lot better, not necessarily more performance impacting, but just something that's not so 2 gambit length only gambits, when you only have so many 2 length gambits that actually have any effect that you'd really be interested in boosting like this. Let's see, I just used a bunch of them. I think I would have gotten like 2 buffs from all those. Okay, I'm finding Celebration of Skill does a decent heal for me. Also, let's see, have I actually applied these traits yet? I don't think I've applied these yet still, so after all this, we're still have a lot of room for improvement. Okay, so I'm going to put 3, 4. I do want to point and never surrender, and this actually works out perfect. Oh, actually I have one more trait point. It works out perfect +1 bonus. So morale taps, if I get an AoE, would theoretically be very useful, but if I get an AoE, there's a good chance this character is dead, it seems. And there's no single target morale tap anymore, is there? That's kind of unfortunate. That is one thing I'm missing. I might be able to fit that in. But Dinosaur Jr., sorry, I've been so deep here in the Warden and getting my trait settled. Let me actually apply this, and I'll actually take a moment to get to chat here. So Dinosaur Jr., you said you watched my LOTRO War starting in 2023 video. You said you love old school classic experience. You're thinking about getting started. Well, hopefully, if you do decide to start LOTRO, you find it worth starting. Hopefully that video was helpful as well. I'm just gonna clean up my skill bar here. So I think I also have Android Maneuver, which gives me decreased attack duration, which I think at this point would be fully worth keeping. I also should make use of Battle Memory, so let's see if I do a 2... Where's all my Wall of Steel damage? Is Wall of Steel... Let's see. It might actually be working. We are going way deeper in the testing than I expected. Let me actually deal with this mob, though. Well, sort of. Okay, so I'm going to use one use of Wall of Steel, and we'll just see what happens. There we go. There's some good gambits. Yeah, that's the problem with resounding challenge. Usually it's a good thing, but not for Dwarden. It'll pull, I think it's a 20-meter radius. Proximity chat work? Yes, there is, like, so if you're nearby in LOTRO, and you type in the say channel, anybody nearby should be able to see that message if that's what you're talking about. Hey, I'm actually healing up. Okay, let's try to not be quite as bad about this. There we go. And then, has anybody ever stream annoy me? I don't think I've had anybody do that. I know that is a thing you can, I mean, you can technically do. If you're on Landjaval, you can come steal all the kills here, bother me. Free invitation of sorts. Okay. I'll move these guys right above my head, nice and out of the way. But what I was looking at was Wall of Steel. Okay, Wall of Steel did 3 attacks. It just did very little damage. I'm guessing the damage is significantly lower than the tooltip because of enemy defenses. And the mobs are higher level than me. But that's why I was like, Wall of Steel should be doing so much more damage. You don't think I can take that guy on? Where'd he go? Him? It's only got 1.6 million HP. But yeah, let's see. His health went down about 250, maybe 400. I don't know. I might have got a melee attack. No, it actually did 471 damage. Let's see range Wall of Steel. Combat analysis, I believe, should have a distinction between the two. So range Wall of Steel did about 400 each hit. That's still not terrible. It's a game that it's such a weird experience. It's just so different than the normal dot-oriented Warden. It's almost like a new class. Like you take the Warden, but you do very funky things to the balance where your upfront damage is more than your dot damage. So it really is, to me, kind of like playing a new class just with the Warden skin. And Your Day Yet says, Dan's Adventure said, no like voice proximity chat. That'd be kind of neat. I'm aware of other games having it. I honestly don't know if I've played a game with that. I did actually use my buffs, though. That would be a thing that could help me. Big Train. Wait, he's a Warden of Numinos, yet he's a Guardian. Something's not quite right there. Also, is this even... Hold up. I think that goes around. I really forget with Misty Mountains if this is the only way up, because usually I do not have to care. This is actually really interesting. I guess technically I could run past all these mobs, but I was thinking this is the way you need to go. But there might be a path up north. I don't know. I could be completely off on this and mixing it up with something else. But this is Arn. This is Misty Mountains. We're in the East Brunnen Source trying to head to High Pass. I don't fully recognize this particular path, and it's throwing me off. And yes, Kitty demands attention. I don't know if truer words have been spoken. My hands are here. That is the cat doing stuff. She is laying on the mouse and the keyboard all at once. She's typing in game chat. Where would that be? That'd be below me. If y'all can see the game chat there. Oh boy. Now my DPI is way too high. Good job, cat. At this point, I'm tempted to just, like, say whatever the cat typed. So Jack, you said you're overwhelmed in this game right now. Oh, you got a red captain to level 50 right before the rework, and now you have to relearn so much. Yeah, that is one downside with doing updates and reworks. I tend to, like, as somebody who's played the game for a while, obviously really like reworks. There's just general excitement with them. But for somebody just starting the game and maybe at that point just getting used to the red line, Captain, having it sort of changed a lot, probably doesn't help. Yeah, Captain should definitely do more damage. I know at low levels it can be hard to tell just because you tend to kill things quickly anyway, but you should definitely do more damage than before. At least overall, you probably gained 2 abilities, had the change for Shadow's Lament, and then you also got to the solo stance. Yeah, this is definitely not the way. I didn't think it was, despite me maybe at one point saying I think it was. Because I'm not too familiar with quests that actually have you go this deep into this particular goblin camp. I don't think I've done, at least in the past long while, much exploration up that way. It's kind of neat though. I also will point out in the fights that we have had, which are honestly a whole lot longer than they used to be, this character's damage, it actually does seem like it's gone down quite a bit. Because what was like Surety of Death used to do like 200 damage up front, which isn't even impressive, but it's like now it does 91, 93. Oh, and Defiant Challenge, that actually used to be by far my strongest ability. Here, let's see if I can take on a signature. Maybe I can if the cat stops. Now we have other cat. She has to do her. I'm ready for food meals. Level 20 Captain just one-shotting mobs. That's actually... I don't know if that's a good thing, but that's more in line with other classes. That is not the game that I want to use. Okay, so I'm going to put up my heals. We'll start with those relatively early. Oh, didn't want to use goad, but we can work that in our favor. You know, that was actually a really clean fight when I paid attention to what I was doing. That was easier than some of the wargs, and that rock is a signature. Yeah, I'm curious, for the free peoples, that would of course be a good cooldown to have. But in 7 ranks, I would have Desperate Combat. Fellowship Protector. I'm kind of curious. So for this character, I'm basically through with the blue line, what I really want, until maybe these later traits or set bonuses. But as far as advanced technique go, I can mostly consume them, I think, with the way buff. It'd be the way of the shield is probably what I would typically end up using. And then maybe let my trait points spent in the yellow line work towards building my set bonuses in the blue line. And at this point, what would I really get in the yellow line though? I guess that is one thing. Decreased attack duration and reduced mastery cooldowns. I think those 2 things could be worth trying that. Let's see, why can't I get mark targets? Oh, that requires 2 points. That's expensive. We'll not do that one. So maybe something like light type damage. I'd probably get the most value out of light type damage. So I will do that. The question is that the minimum? We have 5, 5, 10, 11. So I have 2 extra here. That's what I needed. Technically, I could have gotten away with spending fewer points in the blue line, but I think I want all the traits that I did spend down here. Also, this is one of my favorite bugs in the game, and I've never bothered to pay attention enough how to reproduce it. But when you have your weapon, like, it is so hard to get a character to pose something like this just with their weapon out and holding the weapon up relatively straight. This is like perfect. But yeah, I love that bug where it'd be really nice if you could unsheath your weapon. Randall McDaniel, he said, "You want my life?" And then, do I do this for a living? I do not. but it actually helps with my living, I guess, if that makes sense. I've gotten to the point where... Okay, I'm going to spoil my surprise for later, which isn't really a big surprise, but I've gotten to a point where YouTube actually provides enough income, thanks to all of your all's, even just like watching the videos, but thanks to all of you all, it's actually gotten to a point where it actually like helps me pay rent, essentially, which was not so much the case maybe even a couple of years ago. So that's very helpful. But my... say day job is I'm a student, a graduate student, and I don't get paid a particularly large amount for that. Technically it's supposed to be cost of living, but I can assure you it is not. But to spoil the surprise, also, why is the microphone blacking my face? Hopefully I haven't been too loud. But to spoil the surprise for later, I actually have a sponsored video, like a real one, coming up at some point in the near future. I realize some people might not like that, but it is pretty exciting because this is actual, like, real, legitimate sponsor. I've gotten a lot of emails from, like, really bad companies with like bad products wanting me to promote that, and I just haven't. And then a lot of scam emails, but that's fairly common, I suppose. I would expect it to be common. Okay, big train, no, that is the fake warden. Oh man, he killed it right before I could hit it. But yes, we're actually going to be testing the sponsor's product later today on stream. It is not a sponsored stream though, so that is a little weird how it works. Technically, I could go ahead and share. Like, I'll have a link that y'all can use, like just one of those regular things with sponsored videos. Technically, I could share that, but I might just wait until the video. Testing Manscaped live on stream. It is not Manscaped. Although I might not be opposed to that. Because shaving is annoying. Shaving this area on stream, that is. That could actually be interesting. It's something just as I've gotten older, I'm not a particularly big fan of having facial hair, partially because it's itchy and annoying, but also lately, past year or two, I've just become lazy with shaving, so sometimes I'll go a whole week. Rift Magos, though, thank you for continuing to be a channel member for 9 months. That is getting up there. I don't even remember how long I've had channel members open at this point. Okay, so quest-wise, that's where all the quests here are. So these ones have you go northeast, but the quests, I think there were some maybe from High Crag. There was like one to kill goblins here, and there's that huge camp of goblins, but, you know, that's it. I don't know what the random deal with goblins is. It's almost like this is their home or something. What button did I accidentally push to attack that mob? Oh well. Do I need them? That's the big question. Important question. Resist, that's not ideal. Also, did I get anything new for level 40? Did I even notice that I leveled up? Unnerving Strike. Wow, how much damage does that do? Okay, that's actually fairly decent upfront damage, and then 61 damage over time is obviously not great, but it's damage over time. I do so low damage now. I should have taken a screenshot of the old numbers just to get better reference, but I really don't remember it taking this long to kill things, even in Misty Mountains when I was under-leveled like a level or two ago. Facial hair becomes unbearably itchy about a weekend for me. I can't imagine much longer. Okay, I'm going to try DPS next. I realize I still haven't tried that. It's very scary. I'm honestly just like doing random combat like this. It's very entertaining. It might take a while to kill things, but it's honestly a lot more immersive. Like if I'm not thinking too much about my grand progress in the game, leveling fast, killing things fast, getting done with quests fast, it's actually fairly entertaining and just killing things at this slower pace. So with the Warden revamp, it's really hard to tell on a character like this. I don't think at level 40 that it's necessarily nerfed a lot. It's just because I have level 1 weapon still and basically no stats, that my damage over time is not that strong, but I actually have a lot more sources of damage over time. For example, Resounding Challenge is one of the strongest warding gambits in the game. You now have that at level 40. I don't know exactly when you get it, but this character has it now at level 40. And yeah, that's like just a single gambit, and all these other ones are fairly strong. Also, the range stance is a lot stronger at this level than it used to be. It used to be the range stance was actually the upfront damage stance for this point, but you even have like ranged Unerring Strike for a decent bleed from long range that does, with my number, 61 damage over time, or even Javelin of Virtue, which actually, wow, that's a lot more damage. It's a lot less upfront damage, but the damage over time, it ticks 1 second more frequently, quicker. Yeah. So I would do more damage in a shorter period. Yep, dwarves definitely, and it's Dwarf Wardens. You'll hear it a lot. Do the Dwarven chants. Good old Kazad, I'm in you, and what's the other one? Brute Kazad. Hello, Ivan. Things are going well. Glad you like the new angle. If you cannot tell, this angle is inspired by the angle of Mythathel. Yeah, I can't believe I'm playing a dwarf. Wait, there's Big Train again. At this point, I would think they're following me, but maybe I'm just following them. It's also... Whoa. Oh, crafting tool. Uh-oh. I sent that to another character, didn't I? We're going on an adventure. Oh, that's not good. Who has the crafting tool? Okay. No. Who has the crafting tool? For some reason I'm thinking my Runekeeper does. Or my Beorni? Or Luian? Or no, I think I got rid of it on Lurok. Should we check Lurok? Oh, this is another dwarf experiment. Stalhex dwarf experiment with, what was it, Lurok? But that was a failed experiment. Dwarden is so far the only dwarf that I like playing. I don't really like playing my dwarf brawler. Also, did somebody ask if I'm Canadian earlier? Because I am not, just to clear that up. I might prefer Canada's weather over the US's weather, but
Will you give me a moment of your time,
that doesn't really help with me being not Canadian or whatever. Yeah, this character, he doesn't have anything. Can you imagine me actually having a character with this many empty inventory spaces? Okay, I think next best bet is my hardcore captain. Who, what did I do? One episode on the hardcore captain, level 12? That seems reasonable. Well, reasonable-ish. I think he was going pretty slowly if I remember correctly. Yeah, if I don't play a character, that means they have open inventory space. Yes, this is the Fateful Toolkit, what I was looking for. We'll send that to Dwarden. I could also, this technically would give me a stat boost, but it also give me increased currency, so I'll just go ahead and send it to Dwarden, and we'll decide later if I want to equip it. The last time I did a poll, you all, which might not be the same you all as it was that time, did vote that I could keep it equipped for the increase landscape token currencies and the such, but it does provide some stats which could be a bit helpful. Well, obviously would be helpful, but helpful in a good way. Is there anything else I need to send? Probably not. I gotta make sure I don't die on this character. I'm just logging in to email some things. Also, as an update, probably about 5 to 10 minutes we'll be swapping to the group content on the high level warden. I did not realize it was already so late, and I have done... You know, I have made progress on this character. I was going to say I feel like I've done nothing, but I have actually, like, gotten to where I need to go. If you can believe this, I actually wanted to complete maybe the first couple quest sets and get wherever I needed to go to... like actually get started on Goblin Town, make sure I had all the quests and the such. But let's see, this Flowing Silverstone, let's look at something like Ranged Enduring Strike. That does that amount of damage, and now it does that amount of damage. So it's actually not the biggest damage boost, but you probably saw, well maybe if you're looking for it, my health went up pretty close to 10%, a little bit more. Maybe even nearly 20%. So we'll say 15%. So my health went up quite a bit. Also, it's probably not a terrible boost to defenses. Okay, Fate. Wait. Fate should give maximum power. Oh, there it is. It's at the top. And it also that gives me a ton of maximum power. Wow. Wait, never mind. Fate stat gives me a ton of maximum power. I was thinking, for some reason I was rating that as 140 from the pocket item. But I'm also not really getting landscape currencies, so I will leave that unequipped now. I don't know if there are any with Misty Mountains. All that work, and I'm still an artisan prospector. Wow. Oh well. I think Forester I should be up a little bit more. Yeah, that one's less fold. Okay, maybe we will do Glorwen's Fate. That'll be a quest for me to head to. And maybe try to get that one done before I swap over for the Sagroth? Is that what it's called? The Lair Vermin, the Rat King instance. Okay, I want to kill something. It's been a while. Okay, I actually have a plan here. We're going to use Goad, and then I'm going to use Wall of Steel twice in a row. And I'm stunned. But that's my new combo to wipe out a deer at least. Wow, I have run into so many people today. That person's not on level though. I'm used to not running into this many people just questing. The hardcore character, Dr. Fellow, technically this character is harder because the combat is more difficult, but the hardcore character I think is a more difficult challenge. Like the overall challenge, if that makes any sense, because more intense maybe would be the right word. But that's just because if the character dies, I'm done playing him. That will be his adventure. But it's a lot easier for this character to die. But he's not a hardcore. I think an interesting challenge could be a no gear hardcore character, because that is one where it'd actually be very feasible to die early in the adventure. Is that the Runekeeper? I think I need to go... Oh, I thought I needed to go up, but maybe it's over here. Good spot for a bow. One quest done, wow. And then Randall, you are... Wondering you got a brand new Xbox One controller for PC gaming. Accessories. Ask if you want to update it. I have no idea, to be honest. I thought that was going to go if you could use it in LOTRO, which technically you can. I just one-shot that org. Wow. I didn't know I had it in me. Okay, this time I tapped it. There we go. Yeah, make sure you do take advantage of open tapping when there's a high level around. I guess I can head this way. Oh wow, that's a lot of health. Basically exploration at this point. One tick of that heal. Every 1 second I'm getting a full morale heal. Hold up, I don't want to pull the stealth one at the Runekeeper, it's just gonna run off. I'm guessing they're working on a Warg Slayer deed. They could be randomly doing build level quests, but not too likely, if I had to guess. Okay, I am getting the hang of this though. If y'all can't tell, I'm actually starting to get used to the new Dwarden. Oh yeah, for some reason I'm looking for a quest item. I'm like, there has to be a quest item here. Also, that is a giant pot of nothing. But looks like that's a stew pot that could fit a Dwarden in it. I've heard he doesn't taste good though. Oh, this is bad. Good news is I have this thingy, which hopefully gives me a decent bit of self-heals here. I'll actually see if that's true. Also, I need to use the Defiant Challenge, still my strongest ability. I did see it tick for 240 a couple times there, so yes, it does seem like that is still my strongest ability. Why am I living this dangerously? If I just used Never Surrender, I could have gotten a full heal there, but nope. Wouldn't be surprised if dwarfs have worms, to be honest. In particular, glowworms. I really hope with the crafting update that it's exciting for me to gather things like black ash like this, just because I haven't had a need for anything like that in a very long time. But yeah, it'd be nice if for a person like me who has played this game a long time and doesn't necessarily need artisan level resources, maybe somehow those could be useful for me. I know some other games have mechanics where you can actually combine a bunch of low-level resources into a relatively small amount of high-level resources. I wouldn't expect like 5 logs of black ash wood to give me much, but maybe like two low-level resources makes a high-level resource. Like 1 tier higher. So 2 light hides get you 1 medium hide. And basically, if we go backwards for Westfold, you need 1 and 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. So 64 light hides would get you 1 whole Westfold hide. A system like that would just take a ton of them, but you know, you gotta balance it somehow. Also, the reason I'm not using the mount is because, I don't know, I'm just not feeling like it today. I get more combat going on foot. Sometimes the mount is too speedy for me. Yep, Wardens have a good speed boost. Force March. Unfortunately, you have to always toggle it on and off. Whenever you go in combat, it deactivates, so you have to reactivate it after every bit of combat. Also, so this is Goblin Fire. Ooh, this is one where I have to actually do something. So maybe I'll save this quest for afterwards, and we can... This looks like a very safe place for me to be. I'm actually surprised there are not goblins here. But if I mean, the goblins choose to not be here, I will camp out here and go ahead and swap to my high-level warden. Good spot to chill. Yes, I am playing on Langevall. No longer Arkenstone, I used to. Before, I feel like this makes no sense, but when Anor shut down, we went to Langevall, but that's because we played on Anor primarily. And then when I did non-legendary server stuff, I was on Arkenstone. But I've heard that update, what did we have, 35.0.1? I've heard that's introduced a whole lot of bugs into the game. So at the quest camp, we might run into some issues. I'm not remembering exactly what everything is. Ooh. I'm actually going to log into this character briefly. I completely forgot. I have another level 40-ish, not exactly level 40, tiny bit lower than Dwarden, but I have another low-level Warden that I could very easily, quickly compare to Dwarden, who's running with no gear and level 1 weapons. And it, besides the, oh no, damaged armor and foolish inventory. Okay, this is kind of rough, but you know what, let's go. Oh, I never did line on Dwarden. That's okay though. Also, my UI is way messed up, so y'all can't see any of these traits, but we'll just put points and stuff and hope it works. Dot critical damage, I think I can get, yeah. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah. We'll try that. But the whole point is, I just want to show you all, hopefully this actually works, one resounding challenge. Okay, if the mob doesn't resist it. But you see, one of them's already dead. You see, I'm not even dying. Oh gosh, I need some finesse. But just how much more damage I do. And I'm not even using my mastery, so I'm like barely half set up with this character. Oh, I really want my masteries. But wow, look at that difference. That is crazy. I don't even, they died before I could even get my heal off. So this is what Dwarden could be doing if I bother to equip gear and upgrade my weapons. I have a good, oh, I don't even have half my jewelry, but gear is not particularly, actually it's kind of bad on this character. And my weapon's a tiny bit outdated, but it's a decent weapon for level 30. Well, a really good weapon for level 30. But I'm level 38, so I don't know, brief preview of what Dwarden could be if he could equip gear. And if he actually had really good gear and weapons, you could do that a whole lot more easily. But yes, time to... I have so many wardens. This is the warden I want. Regular Louis. Time to get ready for the group content. I am going to be joining my kin on Discord, but as usual, I'll be on push to talk and probably keep up a lot with the stream audio. And you all will be unable to hear them. Yeah, looks like that's all set. Cats are sleeping. None of them in the cat cam. It's like they used to lay there a lot before I actually positioned the cat cam on the couch, but now they don't go there anymore when I stream. But we got Lexi curled up right there, Piper right behind my keyboard, her tail covering part of it. But this character, for some reason, is near all the Corsairs. That's kind of weird. I don't know what he would have been doing here, but we'll go. We have a convenient skill that just takes us to Baal Avark. So I believe we are waiting on one more person who is a potential to join. But that'll give me time to get all the quests and such. Okay, so this is the big thing that, okay, maybe that one's not as much of a part of it, but this is one of the big things that people have complained about is with the open instance finder here, they have a ring above their head. So you basically have to deal with all the NPCs having a ring above their head as if they are... You have quests ready for turning at them. Also, this guy. He kind of looks like those fellow people that I was near on the coast of Gondor there. That's also kind of strange. I need to dye this outfit. I thought I tried to use this, but I need A, the Warden's Pack, or whatever it's called. Warden's Pack, I was right. And B, I need the other thing. Yes, I want to actually dye it and make it a proper outfit. But eventually I'd like to use that Delving Gear as cosmetic. It looks, to me, like one of the nicer late game sets we have had in quite a while. Okay, but I think I have all the quests now, hopefully. And we'll go ahead and join them on Discord. Ooh, town services. That is a great idea. It looks like I do have that already on this character. I don't actually have it on Dwarden though. So if we go back, do actually get back to Dwarden tonight, I don't know, might try to remember to get that. Hello. As usual, I have to adjust my volume, so there we go. And I believe we are back to normal. Sindor, habitual. I like that kin name. I feel like I've seen that before. Okay, we actually have a full group. I actually prefer that now. Yeah, so far. Oh, they're in a group. There's not illogical. For anybody that doesn't know, that is actually Stands in the Fire. Sorry for calling you out, but somebody who's in the kin in our group and they're in chat, I have to point that out. So we're starting on tier 1, but I believe we're planning on doing tier 2. I think our group is mostly okay for tier 2. It's really nice to have 2 champions. Their stuns will be valuable. I could technically do a stun now on a Warden, which is exciting. And then the Hunter, I'm trying to remember what a Hunter would have. I don't know if their traps would work, but in particular on the last boss, you basically need to interrupt the rat ads when they come out right away, or you basically won't get through the fight is the short of it. So we have that, as well as, oh yeah, the hunter has Cry of the Hunter, or whatever it's called. Looks like we have buffs, or at least I have buffs that could be left over from a while ago. Okay, virtue traits, make sure I actually have the right stuff equipped. It looks like it. Let's see, floating names on. Why not? I'll use the cooldown here, but I honestly don't need to. But yeah, with tier 1, this instance is relatively straightforward, and especially the Ingmarm here, they don't really do much. Hopefully easily get through this. I could be eating my words there, but honestly I doubt it. Hope remains on Lange Ball. I honestly don't know if I've seen that kin. I probably have. Nice to have 2 champions in the group. Usually we have 0 champions, so 2 champions is a big upgrade from 0. Usually we have janky group compositions, which is actually fun, but I'm not used to actually having, this is actually a pretty good group comp. We could honestly, I think, reasonably have the captain heal and the minstrel DPS. I think it'd be a bit more optimal to have the captain DPS and the minstrel heal, but thought I would point that out with some recent updates to the classes. That would actually be like not as terrible as it might have seemed in fairly recent times. Okay, I'll use Never Surrender. Hopefully it triggers. Yes, it did. Okay, that's good. And now I need to actually heal up. It's gonna be rough for a second, but I think we're all safe. Oh, I fell in the water. Bella's and pushed. That water, I always forget about it. Don't mind me getting that quest item along the way. I always forget about it until it happens. Oh, hey, we're actually doing pretty good on that slug. I think all is good here. This is such a change of pace. Sorry, it's taken me a minute to even get used to the new pacing, but compared to what I was doing on Dwarden, it was a whole lot easier. Despite having a whole lot more abilities, which I guess is the big thing I notice. I mean, it's always the case when playing a low-level Warden, that it's like, what canvas do I actually have access to? Now it makes a lot more sense what you have access to, but yeah, things like Restoration, the really big heal over time from that, something I was missing on Dwarden, as I mentioned, the balance kind of threw the heals off where they're actually weaker than they used to be for him. It could be partially just because I'm missing Restoration. And also Conviction, that was actually a pretty decent self-heal for him at that point. Okay, I'll go ahead and get in here, but whenever everybody gets in here, I can go ahead and get pull everything. I have a ton of Daleman's crams. Maybe I should eat that just to have some food. I think it'll take a minute for them to actually trigger, but I guess what, this fight actually I have time to use all my buffs. Maybe even more. Let's see. Yeah, I think in a fight like this, especially on tier 1 really, I don't really need to do much in terms of defenses early on. So I was able to do a lot of the defensive stuff just on the... What am I trying to say? Like waiting for the boss while I did a speech. But yeah, I honestly don't have to... I shouldn't have to keep up with anything, would be the ideal. I'm gonna go ahead and use Spear of Fate, which is another gambit that I do notice that Dwarden is missing, because that is actually one of the highest DPS gambits if you think of, or maybe not damage per tick. It has a very high tick rate and overall high damage profile with that. I mean, really it does I think it's, I have to double check the numbers to actually make sure this is accurate, but the highest damage over duration, which is the highest DPS, but as far as the actual DPS of the ability itself, like what am I trying to say? The damage over the full duration might not be higher than other things, but the DPS is higher. There we go. Try to actually make sure I'm saying halfway to the right stuff. Oh yeah, so level 39 is when you get the Gambit Masteries. That actually explains what happened to my the level 39 Warden, I think. Didn't have those. Also, hopefully the group is doing okay. I clearly stopped paying attention to combat in the middle of the boss fight. Don't worry, I usually actually do a little bit of trying on tier 2. Might not be a ton of trying, but it's more than what I do here on tier 1. That's a nice healthy amount of morale on those boots, but it's honestly fairly standard at this point. Probably keep these guys here just so I can make sure I get the quest item. But yes, fortunately the masteries aren't completely gone. I think there would have been a Warden riot if that were the case. It's man, that is kind of high level that you get that, but you know, maybe it would help people get used to the Warden and the general Gambit system before being thrown into those quite as early as you used to. But it's like, if I randomly decide to level another new Warden, it is honestly going to be something that I will probably miss, because I already missed them at the very low levels even. Yeah, that game works. Mainly focus on the 1, keeping my back to the wall, and 2, Wardens can actually do a good job removing corruptions here. Yeah, I do actually remember that. In my early newbie Warden days, that is something I always did though. I made sure that those were 3 traits that I always had equipped. Were they the legendary traits? Does that sound about right? For anybody that remembers what legendary traits even are. Okay, let's use the AoE more on tap over times. The M-Tots. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody in the game actually call them M-Tots, but that is what the acronym would be. Wow, somebody removed all 3 corruptions at once. Not used to that. Warden has very consistent corruption removal ability, very repeatable, but it is true that some classes have, I think, even better. Warning might be a good example. There's, in the red line at least, I think, no, you can get it to remove a whole corruption. I don't think it's 3, like 3 tiers at once. If I remember correctly. This guy can use a Spear of Fate. Yeah, usually it takes me to... Weird cam glitches? Oh, in game. Okay. I honestly haven't noticed anything. I don't know if anybody's noticed anything. Maybe I haven't picked up on during this stream. Oh, this is a lot of slowness. I was about to say lag, but I think it's because I was staying switches slow. Got a hit. Tiny Vermin. This could be bad, but I have it all planned out, so it shouldn't be. Okay, it looks like they have some aggro and stuff back there. That is one thing I have to keep up with a lot of mobs, but I have the tools, even deflection. Oh. Give me some threat here. This instance would be super slow, which I guess we'll see what tier do, but it would be quite slow without this much AoE. Uh-oh, Captain's going down. Oh, I could be standing in a bubble. There's a good chance there's a lot of bad puddles right there. Also, I am running out of power. I think they have a power drain, maybe a debuff. I've also been removing a lot of debuffs, so I don't know exactly why I ran out of power. It could have also just been longer combat with a lot of AoE. Maybe the puddles do as well. I don't really remember at this point. Yes, Warden tanking has been improved a lot. I think this is even though it's tier 1, actually a pretty decent showcase. This character, for anybody curious, is almost hybrid tank DPS built gear. His allies are very much so DPS oriented, but I have some things that are like decent for tanking from it, but his allies aren't particularly great. So he's not built for tanking, basically. Virtue traits are, clash traits of course are. I have some gear pieces for tanking. So that's some extra context with, I don't know how well I'm doing, I guess, as a Warden tanker, or not well, depending on your perspective. Okay, I removed 2 corruptions. Hopefully somebody else can get one more. Despite my best efforts. Yeah, it looks like I will need to go back for some quest items. I don't think I've... Actually, when I did this the very first time, I think I got all the quest items along the way.
I was right. The simpletons who questioned me will rue this day.
Okay, everybody came in. I know it takes a moment for the bosses to do their speech, but we're going to make sure everybody gets in.
Mixture of awe and terror settled in our stomachs as we slowly realized that we too would have to face it.
Aren't you all excited we get to fight a Drake Lord here?
Children enjoy the flourishes I add to the story, but I cannot trick seasoned adventurers.
Dr. Fellow, thank you for joining the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed it.
Submit to my will, you brute! Under my control, you will become the perfect pawn.
Yep.
So ends the sorry tale of Garbadoc the Coward.
And when looks like they're doing the mechanics, but I know we have had, as a group, say, a struggle with the mechanics, in particular on tier 2, not necessarily tier 1. Okay, way to get the rats stunned, but in particular getting the rats stunned when they come out, because they do inductions that are bad. I don't know if they all heal the boss. I was going to say they heal the boss, but it is entirely possible that they don't all. Maybe the tiny vermin do as well. There we go. We're doing good on the stuns, I will say. That was a good practice for tier 2. Okay, we're already going to the next one. Something I have forgot about. It's one of those other things that Dwarden doesn't have, but his Javelin of Deadly Force. It's actually quite useful to do. There we go. But we got him. Juan. Oh, said if you're in the red line, use it whenever you have max advanced technique. I feel like I missed a question. Oh, when do you use the ability Way of the Spear? So yeah, basically when you have max advanced technique, if you're blue line, using any of your abilities, it's a lot better to use them with max advanced technique. On red line, it's not as important, but might as well just do that. Let's see, I got a I got a Delver's Essence box. I know, very confusing that they have Delvers and Delvings, and you get Delvers outside of Delvings. Okay, let's see, what did he say he looted? Oh, a hammer, one-handed hammer. Yep. Ah, that one, heavy armor. That'd be pretty good if the captain wanted that for healing. Obviously not great for a champion outgoing healing. Or a Bay Warning, but we don't have one in the group. We don't really have Bay Warnings in the kin. I feel like that's the one class that we really lack. Alright, now it's the guessing game of which ones are turn-ins versus which ones are travel nows. Oh, the weekly's turn-in. What do I get for the weekly? 2,000 virtue XP. These Crimson Thistle thingies, sure. Are these for the crafting, the cooking recipes maybe? Got some embers, that's not bad. only having to do 4 days worth of dailies for that I don't think is terrible. I think you can even do it solo, maybe. Oh, and I can get muster at Carn Dum. Yeah, update 35.0.1 brought that fix, so got that guy. Looks like it'll take a moment. When all the lag settles, maybe we can go in. Bewarning is unpopular on Landball because of roleplay. I feel like it could make sense in certain roleplay scenarios, but yeah, probably on the whole, I could kind of see that. But it's kind of like High Elf, where in the game lore, didn't I talk about this in a recent video? But yeah, in the game lore, I did. In the game lore, it's basically you are essentially the only one running around and about. Oh yeah, landscape and instance warden, very different. Let's see if this lets me travel now. There we go. Also, we have virtue cap reached. Okay, that's good. Well, yeah. I should send these things to Dwarden. They're very minor, but they'll help Dwarden more than this character. Like, they won't have a big impact, but they will have... It might take a moment. It was really laggy for me. Yeah, in landscape gameplay, it's probably really hard to get enough gambit uses without being out of combat too much to actually have enough advanced technique to use it. Now I should probably move this around, but on the tanking spec, my most used one, which I did a very bad job last run about, is Desperate Combat, because the skills that you get with that are very nice, to say the least. So let me not hit mobs. That should shift to Fist. Desperate Fist gives the Warden an AoE stun, which is very helpful. And then we saw the shield one gives an AoE attack plus a heal. And then the red one, spear one, I think is a single target debuff. It's the only one that's not a AoE, if I remember correctly. But yeah, it does. Actually, this might work. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it is actually an AoE incoming damage debuff. Well, there you go. And it does better damage. But yeah, Bewarning is a great class that we never have in the kin. I have probably the highest level Bewarning. Well, not highest level, some do have it at 140, but they don't really play it. And prefer other ones. Y'all ready? Going for how many groups I pull? Oh. They wanted fewer pulls. We bring these champions for a reason. And the hunter. And the minstrel. And the captain. Okay, there is actually, if anybody is curious, this is not the best showcase of it, but it had the potential, is you can actually use your Gambit builders. They don't cost any power. And you can build to a Dark Before Dawn, which also doesn't cost power. So you can get power on the Warden and always like pressing a button at least. So you always have something to do, even if it's just build towards Dark Before Dawn relatively slowly. But yeah, I do notice, randomly speaking of power, that the champion's power went down a whole ton there. Oh yeah, I didn't even pay attention to if I got all the quest items from last time. Oops. Oh yeah, now is a great time to actually show desperate combat. Oh, I'm doing a bad job at that. Despite it looking like I'm actually sitting here focusing on the gameplay, I'm not doing the best job about doing that. I have so many debuffs, that's like the big thing. I think these are ones that I just can't get rid of. One of them looks like they were not restored power, got rid of power. Okay, I'm going to use the Fist Gambit, then we'll have the AoE stun. Which, okay, it did work on some of them at least. Could have been a delayed effect, but I also think one of the champions used their things. These tiny Vermin's corruptions. Okay, that one actually, that makes sense for a little rat. It is a flavorful corruption that they run faster, have higher evade. These little rats actually do I have a good chunk of health. There was the update also to, I think, both mob health and mitigations in 35.0.1. I don't think it's really worth removing that corruption, but yeah, I tried to kind of keep the mobs in the same spot as long as possible so we don't have puddles everywhere. But it's probably not helpful for the champions. Or captain. Okay, I think we're pretty settled here. Oh wow, I used Desperate Combat with only one of those. One advanced technique. Oh, actually, I don't have power for Never Surrender. I feel like that cooldown shouldn't cost power, but alas, it does. I think we're in a fairly safe situation now. It's been a while since we've done tier 2, but from what I remember, the mobs do feel tankier than before. Now I get to spend forever doing my buffs, but at least these guys spend forever doing their talking. Yep, and they, in the recent patch, buff mob morale and mitigations. Apparently I missed. Oops. Target assist. Probably going to use a power restore here. Oh no, I feel like I should actually, this might sound crazy, but play it on the safer side for the... Yeah, I don't know. Play it on the safer side for when the ads come out, essentially. Just make sure all my shield buffs are up, essentially. Not really focus as much on damage. We do have DPS characters. Okay, that should be a good hit on most of them. I'm going to, just to be safe, use this guy. I'll use this guy for advanced techniques, defenses. Actually, if I have one more of the desperate ability, might as well use Spear at this point. Let's see, favorite non-fellowship character of Middle Earth. That is a good question. Definitely not Mazog. Definitely not Virgil. You know, can tell who I don't like. I believe so. Why did I use corruption removal? I want to remove debuff. Okay, I'm going to go through, I'm intentionally playing a tad bit slowly here, but I'm going to go through a full rotation of shield buffs again, at least try to. Because they are very helpful. Actually, with Gambit Mastery, it's just the way I happen to use them this time. I'm going to follow them quickly. And I think this line has a debuff as well. I have just the debuffs. I think that is one of the relatively harder things to make sure I keep up with. I meant to use Power Restore, not Heal, but Heal helps the healer. Yeah, this fight just takes a moment now. And I'm trying to think for a character, just a little bit distracted by the gameplay here. I like, what's his name? See, if I like him that much, then I would remember his name. Somebody got Sabatons of Sagroth. Those are pretty nice. They're kind of like my boots, but better? So 7,000 agility. That'd be 21,000 physical mastery. That basically makes up for one of those essences, while also actually giving crit rating. I know primary stats aren't the most efficient, but yeah, and then I could drop some finesse, which I actually technically need a tad bit more as a tank, which is kind of awkward because I'm like way over the finesse I need on DPS, but I don't know way over, but I have enough, but I have been dropping some lately, so I don't even know how it is now. Let's see, those boots I would not need. They're light armor. Yeah, I'm getting essence boxes. I have tons of those now. I think it's, you know, that's the big thing with the level 130 cap is I had I had a whole lot of pieces of gear with extra essence slots and not enough essences to fill it, basically. And compared to this update, it seems like I actually have an excess of essences, which I think is... Personally, I find that to be much better, at least. Here, I'm going to do a reward a move and ambush the sorcerer. Use my good old Warden AoE stun there. I feel like I've run the 6-man too much and the 3-man's not enough. Should we get to a couple of pulls now? Except he's in range, okay. But yeah, with I don't know, with this particular instance, I guess I wasn't in combat, but one of the concerns with it is that the replayability, because it is a lot of trash fights. These aren't the most enjoyable trash fights to me. It's like tons of debuffs, tons of ground puddles. I realize that it's there for like mechanics, but to me they're the most fun things in the game, the most fun things that you can make for an instance, and there's just so many of them. Well, that's kind of more annoying than anything, but yeah, it's something that I am already starting to feel right now. It's just the length of trash fights in this, and getting to a point where I'm not necessarily wanting to repeat it much more. Hopefully we get through this on tier 2 though. I think when we get to the boss, that should be a lot more exciting as it is, but that's basically exactly one of the reasons that I would complain about trash fights being so long like this, is the boss is the interesting part, not these slugs and sickle flies. We spend so much time on the slugs and sickle flies and other mobs occasionally, but it's this particular stretch where it's just these mobs basically. Despite me doing a bad job with the gambits I am using, the group is being fairly productive because things are dying and we're for the most part staying alive. Oh, we used 2 stuns there. Oh. How about a 3rd stun for the mobs that didn't get hit by the first 2? And we have a cat moving the microphone where y'all cannot hear me. Okay. Oh, I actually do have one more desperate combat. I did not expect that. No more stunning me. Okay, I'm actually staying alive pretty decently. I do know these mobs from running this, not the solo version of this, but soloing the 6-man version of this, that, cat, there we go. My cat's holding buttons on my keyboard so my shift key doesn't work. I guess I could have let the mini and captain battle res me, but this works too. Yeah, BLC, all that stuff being typed into chat instead of being executing my epic abilities in game. Okay, so what I'm going to use is Never Surrender here, and we're going to very slowly use abilities. And hopefully have time to get healed up. Oh, I should take the combat res. It's just quicker, I suppose, to click retreat now when I can. pump in some damage while I can. I also forget Fire at Will. There are just so many little things like that with the Warden Revamp that I just have to get used to using, but Fire at Will is another example. Hey, we got through it. I'll get a hope token. Oh. Favorite non-fellowship character. I feel like an easy answer is Beorn. I don't know. Or Grim Beorn, just because he's in LOTRO. I can't think of the names of, like, can't exactly put my finger on some of the other ones I particularly actually do like. Mainly just have to make sure you stun the ads when they come out, like right away. AoE stun, or daze, or otherwise interrupt. Once again, should have let the minstrel res me. Actually, in the first place, I shouldn't have gotten knocked back. Wow, twice in a row. That was bad timing. Fortunately, I have the subscribers jug, so I'm not taking any damage where I am losing all the buffs. I do like this little note here. I don't know if that's specific for higher tiers than tier 1, but where it says explore the squares in Garvadak again, or if that's part of the actual RP of this instance. I don't know if I've noticed it on tier 1 basically, which would suggest it's part of the RP, but if it's just on tier 2 and higher, then it's just a fun little note. Probably be best. Power. Here's 2 quest items, so that does mean that I did not get them. Oh boy, must face the target. I am... Oh, this is a bad sequence. but I think eventually, let me use Fist Gambit, and then we go that line. There we go. There we go, keep it moving. Okay, we might have our healer down. We have somebody down, and I think it might have been the healer. I'm going to run the other way real quick. Try to create some space. I don't want to put my back to the water, but I'm trying to face the mobs away from the group, but they're now, of course, split on two sides. I guess this is at least intense. Even if it is fighting, really does seem like primary slugs and sickle flies. The slugs are a good throwback to the regular Carn Dum, but those slugs, in my experience, weren't as annoying as these ones. And that should also be at the last Battle Liquid, so I got both of those done nicely. I think I had everything hit, but just to be safe, use Deflection there. Okay, that was a lot of rapid healing because I was like going way down there, yet Never Surrender actually never triggered, at least yet. If I stop lagging here, I will use some abilities. Might not be the best idea ever, but I'd like to stack some damage here at the start. It's a lot of debuffs. I think the green horns reduce, what was it, incoming healing? Although that briefly looked like minus incoming damage, which I would also accept. I'm gonna slide these guys around this way. I honestly didn't know there was still a sickle fly. Shows how well I'm paying attention. Well, there we go. Got through it and opened the way to the boss. So let's go ahead and trigger that. Alright, so is now the time that I should eat my food that persists through death? Because I suspect, it's not guaranteed, but
we slowly realize that we too would have to face it.
okay, looks like we're refreshing buffs. I will eat this food. But yeah, I think now would be the time to use something like that. I also do have the premium good old pay to win stuff, that I did not actually pay for, but I have it through, honestly I don't even remember what, but you get them actually through various things in game, and I basically save them for when I really need them. But yeah, it could be useful to just give me 5% extra more health and power, minus 10% I think is the damage one, which is kind of crazy, and then plus 5% outgoing damage. Feels like Toma defense should be minus 5%, but for some reason I'm remembering it as plus or minus 10%. All set. I guess I should do my boss first. Oh yeah, I forgot debuff removals. A lot more important in tier 2. Make sure you do run into the circle to get your debuff cleansed. Ads. Or at least I don't have the debuff, maybe I resisted it. I've not seen that before, to be honest. Ads out. Stun. Yeah, I just got a big heal. Get these ads down on the move. Oh. Okay. You can, he's about to do another affection. Oh, my health is low. Let's probably shouldn't use Never Surrender there. I'd really like it to. Oh, this is becoming a mess. I still have Never Surrender up. I don't know how much longer. Where's the device? I feel like I'm not talking enough, but this is a tad bit crazy. Yeah, that should probably be the higher priority. If you can, I guess it also depends if you can actually live through the debuff. But this is already much better progress than our first time through here. It really is. Our first time through here was not great on tier 2. The interrupts was the big thing. We're doing a whole lot better on that. But yeah, they did get one big heal on him, which is when the boss has this much health, kind of is a problem even getting one heal like that, because that almost resets the progress of, like, probably a good few minutes that we were in that fight. Well, a good few as in relative to gameplay time, like 2 or 3 I would expect. Is there anything I could do to immediately improve my character besides going to the word toward of Gobble Letham, whatever it's called, the Archive of Tracers? Wait, those are 2 totally different things, aren't they? What is the word horde? Is that a thing? Not there. I don't think I would have anything to go to the Archive of Tracers, although they should totally add, to give value to hunters and warden ports again, they should totally add muster and guide. All set? Oh, looks like we have eating food. Which I'll use a Daleman's crams. That was a good idea with the food, Mary. You just reminded me I needed to eat food still. Out. Something I'm noticing is we might be doing the cleansing devices even when we don't need it, like before we need it. Not what I want to use, but technically it will work. Here, if we can get the one by the entrance again. Already headed in it. Oh, too late. I got one. I interrupted, but I don't think I actually interrupted. That was kind of close. We didn't get the boss as low. One thing that I maybe noticed, but it could be that I'm like resisting the effect or whatever, but it seems like we might be popping the cleansing things before we even have the debuff. And then they go out by time we get it. I think it... yeah. And it should be the induction, I think, is called infection. So after that is when we get it. Yep, and you'll have a little green but unremovable debuff. Okay. Maybe that'll help, I don't know. It's just something I've noticed in the couple runs. But again, I think overall we're doing better than we had done previously on tier 2. I still find it funny, the very first time in this instance we just jumped straight to tier 2. I honestly think heals wouldn't hurt, just because he dies very slowly anyway, and we have to, like, before we can even really do much damage to him, remove the corruption and all that sort of stuff anyway, so it's almost like a lot of slow passive damage. Just pressing random buttons, hoping I'm actually keeping up good buffs here. But hopefully y'all enjoy seeing the tier 2 content. I know for me, and y'all are probably also seeing this in particular at the trash fights. Like if it were just the boss fight, I wouldn't mind repeating tier 2 that much. Or even like not just tier 2, but repeating the instance at all. Tier 1, tier 3, tier 5, tier 10, whatever. But, alright, all set. Sorry, I basically sit here just keeping my buffs up until I get the all clear to go. Oh hey, I didn't get the debuff. That's actually really helpful. I don't think the tiny vermin do the heal, but they drop a puddle. Hello, Lewis Richter. Okay, how did that go? They're out. That is not the button I wanted to push, but that works. Maybe after the next round of infection. Okay, you can pop it now. There is still one of the bigger heads out. I think we should be good with one stack of that. Okay, I'm actually going to use my... Edit out. Yep. Stun. If they can actually believe Warden's stuns now. I mean, he is the Rat King, so it makes sense that he has a crown. Gotta get working on the corruption removals. Ooh, and I can use my spear thing. I think we're good. I find it funny when people are just like focused on the gameplay. Ads. They're doing a good job on stuns. I realize that's their job on top of doing damage, but that honestly is the champion's primary job, is to stun and this, but they also do, like, they help with the damage and killing the ads. Okay, I definitely need a lens. Oh, that was bad. Yep. Okay, that was a little dire there, but fortunately I'm a tank and can take damage. Never Surrender was completely wasted cooldown there, but that's okay. I have no idea what game that's using. Ads. Hopefully we got them. I got a stun. I think they might have gotten healed at some point there. Okay, movie. Yeah, that was a lot of puddles. Okay, I'm gonna hopefully if I stop lagging, get some damage out here. Okay, what tier is this debuff? 10%. Can survive 10%. Yes. Alright, this is still salvageable. Might not seem like it, but... I don't know why I used all those at once, that was bad. We were, again, pretty close. We actually got the boss quite a bit down that time. Hello, Hunsu. That was good progress. And we have a cat. Do I have dwarf candles? This would actually be... There are times dwarf candles are very useful. I just never, like, actually keep them around because they're consumables, and as far as I know, you can't, like, just buy them. But, yeah, this would actually be one of the times they are useful. Just have no idea if I have any anywhere. Here is my horde of stuff and junk. Probably mostly junk. Like, I think I kept these winter death clothes in case I eventually got the full set. Probably not something I'm going to use. It looks like heavy armor, even though it's supposedly medium armor. Let me double check. Yes, that is medium armor, but it looks like heavy armor. It's almost like an in-between medium and heavy. If it were like WoW, this would be kind of like mail and not necessarily plate. Oh, it sounds like we might be doing a 10-minute break. Which it is 8:22. Yeah, I do. I'll come back, I don't know, around 7 minutes-ish to run back. I have been standing a while, but this rat stuff and sewer stuff has been intense enough that I haven't noticed it too much. But I think, you know, this title of this stream being the Dwarden revamp, and I'm not even on Dwarden, I think I will get back to Dwarden during this brief break and get progress on him. And then we can see, once again, the contrast between high-level Warden And Naked LOTRO challenged the level warden. There's a cat in the cat cam spot. Comfy that spot is for them. I mean, they like both laying on the blue blanket and on, like, between the pillow and the blue blanket there. You know, I could actually show this while we're obviously doing nothing in game as it actually finally started to work. Probably be time to come back right as soon as I actually log into Dwarden, though, with how slow this is. But wrong camera. That works. There's the cat. Now it's briefly my shirt, but maybe it's a little bit clearer now. Actually, it looks like it could be a tiny bit. That is the cat couch, if you all wonder why it looks like there's a bunch of cat fur and cat dust on it. Yep, there's Lexi. Anyway, she's still, don't worry, right? Can I actually point my character? This is something I have not tried before, but I'm excited to try it. Yep, cat is right there, right where Dwarden was pointing. Now, despite how difficult that tier 2 instance, who like rained an airstrike down on this place? Interesting. The goblin fire explosion just kills all the goblins. But I don't remember. Oh yeah, so how challenging that was on tier 2, that boss fight. However challenging it looked, basically. This, I think, is more challenging. Leveling Dwarden. 3 levels under level. Not just bad gear, but no gear. And the Warden update made my healing capabilities a lot lower, is how I describe it. I'm missing 2 key heals that I used to have. It would help if I push buttons, but I'm kind of thinking. But yeah, I think I could... Ooh, can I set that up? It's supposed to switch over in like 2 minutes, but... I think that's enough time. We'll try a redline build. This could be a... Ooh, this could be a really... Oh, I'm not Spec. Okay, we can do it. Don't worry. We got this. 100%. I am totally rooted. Since I'm clearly not getting good damage on that guy. Yeah, I can run down this way. It is actually clear. Because the goblins burnt themselves. We also don't have my puppy out, which is not good. I need him for moral support. AoE taught? Can it save me? Oh, I'm about to run into another mob. I see it on the mini-map. This is what an unspec'd... Oh, I won't have enough power. Okay, this character still has power issues in long-ish fights. And health issues. Yikes. These heals are so weak when not on the blue line. Oh, I guess I did run away far enough. That wasn't the intention. Like, I was actually planning on doing that fight, perhaps, obviously. But yeah, what I'm thinking is that it could be interesting to do primarily yellow line. My bleed damage is bad, but perhaps boosting it with all those buffs, it might actually become decent. But the reason I'm thinking yellow line is there are a few particular things that just like generally boost me up. Let's go max range. Battering strike shouldn't really need to worry about. Gambit mastery cooldown, that's of course the big one. And then I don't think there is much after that that I'd be particularly interested in. So from here, I will go into the red line. Oh, that's just straight up melee damage. I'm primarily going to be in melee, and that would affect everything. One thing I'm curious is for just like melee damage, I'm gonna pull up a couple abilities to see if they have it such that melee damage does boost the dot damage, kind of like spear gambit damage now actually boosts the dot damage. It looks... Alright, we need one more point in it to actually test. That was a flawed test from the start. But their Surety of Death does 64 damage, and now it does 66 damage, so that does impact it, which means it impacts a whole lot more that I'd use. So I will go with that, and then probably this. But that said, I think physical mastery would be better for this character. I could double his physical mastery, over double his physical mastery. So 1 point in physical mastery now will give Surety of Death up to 72 damage. Wait, no, that's not from 1 point in that. I don't think. Yeah, that does 2 damage. But still, that is like, we're getting up there in terms of damage. This character could actually be viable. Like, if I put all these points in, we can get up to 94 damage on Surety of Death. That's just one example, but that was actually about a 50%-ish, roughly, damage boost. So, yeah. Javelin of Virtue can dish out some damage now. Ranger Sounding Challenge, hopefully that's pretty decent. 98 damage as well. So now we have the damage, just not the survivability. Just gotta kill mobs before they can kill me. Okay, after all that setup, it is time for me to swap back. And I forget it takes a couple minutes to actually switch characters, so... yeah. Still, I think, I don't know, exciting to get Dwarden set up that little bit in red line. Red, half yellow, half red build there for his particular level and situation, I'll say. But yeah, I'm guessing we probably won't have too many more attempts at this instance. And then probably another break, and then I think we're planning on trying the 3-mans on tier 3, which I think should be much... between more manageable and much more manageable. Technically, Louis, my warden here, he can survive the tier 3 ads on his own. Just I know because I poked my head into there. I need a group invite if you could. I kind of forgot about that part.
Years under the corrupted influence of the Iron Crown have poisoned the land, leading to
if I were a dwarf, I could get there a lot faster. But I'm a distance runner, not a sprinter. The map for this place makes it look deceptively small. The actual path you take in the instance, though, I guess it's not that large, but there's a very densely packed trash along the way. Normally, well, not normally, but sometimes I actually feel bad for calling trash mobs the, like, ad fights between bosses trash, because some of them aren't actually trash, but I think the ones here, pretty much trash. I think they're pretty great. Yeah. I don't know why I keep looking at. Wait, why do I have fortitude? Who allowed that to happen? Let's see. I'm actually genuinely curious. There could have been a reason I put up fortitude, but honor would be better. How did I get fortitude equipped? That is kind of concerning. I'd even rather wit than fortitude. Probably rather compassion, to be honest. And that's, I mean, I shouldn't need that physical mitt. But yeah, compassion's a decent choice, but I think at this point honor would give me a little bit more. 542, that's every second, so 10 seconds would be 5k. Nah. I just found out I had a bad virtue equipped somehow, or at least a not good one. Since I'll be running the tier 3 3-mans, might as well give that thing a little hit. Alright, all set? Oh, I didn't mean to hit it that quick, I was hoping somebody else did. Does mean I have to spend a while removing my debuff. Yes. Ads. That was... yeah, we had a lot of puddles stack. Oh, and that. Usually, you'll have seen I can get the tail wet, but definitely not there. It would help if I actually cast the gambit before trying to build a whole bunch of other gambits. I'm probably not going to waste any cooldowns, but yeah. Yeah, I would rather that. I know we've been rotating it around, but that'd also be easier when the ads come out. At one point it was complained that I was tanking the guy in the middle. But I think now we'll actually try that. I like, as you all saw when the fight actually got going, typically he would end up in the middle anyway. And plus, I mean, he kind of ended up in the middle anyway. Like after the fight was going a bit. All set. Oh, keep spamming buffs. I can't believe I'm already forgetting corruption removal this early in. That's okay though. They're out. Probably after we kill these ads. Drag him. Okay, can we get one? Somebody interrupted the tail whip, that is a good thing. Oh, I did not get that interrupt. Ads. I feel like I'm doing a bad job in this little stint here, but yeah, not getting interrupts. I don't know if he got his thing off, but boss has lowish health. Yeah, I was hoping to get that, but that's okay. Ads are out. I think this is... Oh yeah, that was bad. Yeah. I was hoping I wouldn't go down quite that quick, because I was in the middle of hitting my cooldowns there. But I was getting, I don't know how many tiers I had, but maybe 3 of the dot. That one wasn't too bad. I think somebody got him. Kind of just, oh, I forget my cloak, but that's like, it's not particularly great for tanking, but it is the best one that I have at the moment. Even if I put like a good essence in this cloak, the purple one here, it just wouldn't be as good as the shield, the hammer, and still, I think, oh no wait, I was actually reading that wrong, but still overall, like especially for DPS, it would be nowhere close. Also, do I have a black steel key on this character? Interesting. Should be good. I was gonna say I don't see the debuff, but there it comes. He does that. Rats are out. So nice. I know we've done this so many times, but did I actually interrupt him in time? I don't know if that was my interrupt, but I was really close. I was just super slow on the draw there. Okay, finally got rid of my debuff. Should probably target this guy. Okay, I'm gonna move around this side. Doesn't look good to spread the vermin this much. I think I have tier 3 of the debuff right now, yeah. Ads are out. Oh, they're far away. Okay, if we could get a thingy cleansing. I'm getting a lot of puddles. Normally maybe I should actually help with that, but normally we don't get that many puddles with the little rats. Okay, I'm going to slowly start taking them to the middle. The puddles are clearing out. Verminator. I'm not doing a good job at being the Verminator right now. They should have a title for killing like 100 of these rats. Not 100. 1,000 of these rats. We need a reasonable number. Can't just be 100. So 1,000 of these rats, he should get the title of the Verminator. LOTRO is not very starter friendly. I'll actually have a video coming up on that soon, but I think there's a lot of exciting things about starting LOTRO, but it is true, there are also things that I picked up on that wouldn't consider to be starter friendly. But yeah, I think this next attempt I'll try to actually remember to do the AoE stun. That I have. Ready? Whenever. It is true. If y'all see what I'm typing there, though. Virtues and allies can be more important than gear. But okay, hey Kato, you said you want to get into an MMO like this again, but oh, that you can just get it lost in for hours at a time. See, I feel like LOTRO is great for that, but then as you mentioned, it may not necessarily be the... Where are we set? Okay. It may not be the best starter experience. I personally find that LOTRO content gets most exciting maybe when you get to Bree, but see, that's what I've always considered, is my characters really start at level 20, just because that's when more options open up for what you can do and where you can go and how you want to level your character. A lot of people would do the book quest, which makes sense, but there are alternatives. Reset. No, we're still waiting. Oh, we're doing another ready check. I could improve my allies. Like, I talk about allies being important. I have, this guy's actually good, but maybe it's low level. The Ascendant ones, those definitely could be improved. They're actually very bad at this point, but if I remember correctly, they could be, they're decently sizable, better ones. Did you say all good? One second. Oops, sorry. I noticed that add enhancement runes actually got pretty sizable stat upgrade from them. They are tiny. Sorry, cat. Yeah, that was not good. I could have gotten out of there quicker. Can I blame the cat? Because I technically, by the time I got back to it, oh, that's what I can do. Could have gotten out of the puddle a bit quicker. That was just rough all around on my end, though. But yeah, it's kind of the longer we go at this, the worse I tend to play. You'll probably notice that in regular group content, but as we I don't know, just keep going on and on with the same thing, I just lose focus maybe. Tend to play worse. This would be the other one. It's actually 485 as well, so I can put in an enhancement rune and that, and that'll be another little stat boost there. Actually, don't know. I should probably check if you still need to unequip and re-equip those, but I think you do. Also, for a point there, y'all might have seen I had like 2 point something million morale. That was exciting. Critical rating. I already have max vitality. Incoming healing could be interesting. Oh, base morale multiplier. Why am I not upgrading that one? Let's see. So that gives me... My health did not go up. So we need to unequip and re-equip, and now my health should go up. Okay, I'm not seeing anything else major at quick glance that I could use purple enhancement runes. Yeah, if Piper could go after these rats, can you imagine how quickly they'd be taken care of if they let a orange tabby at them? I always forget what cosmetic pets this character has, because as I mentioned, having this character basically be the Melrethel from Anor, I feel a little bit disassociated with the old pets that I used to run, like the Little Moon Town. Oh yeah, you can't use cosmetic pets in instances. That's right. Lore masters and captains. Sure, they're called heralds, but they really are just pets. But yeah, lore masters do have a cat. You know, cats, lore master cat pets, because they're the most useful, they should get like a, what would they actually need? How about 100, maybe even 1,000, or maybe 777 times damage boost on Vermin? Are we all set? Oh, still have to do ready check. I know I've talked about this a lot, but with the Lore Master revamp and pet rework more specifically, I would love to see the cats actually have more or less a purpose at higher levels. Ads are up. I'm trying to only use fist gambits here. I actually should pay attention if that has a certain duration, which it does. Good news is I can still use all these gambits and not even have to switch stance, because they're just frontal. Have some inductions. I think I already had aggro, but ads are out. Oh, my health is low. Okay, if we get a chance, I could use a cleanse. Oh, I feel mighty healthier after that. Oh, we must have got some inductions. The rats, because his health went way up. Sounds like it is raining. It would be horrible if it were raining in this lair. Oh yeah, Lore Masters are, like, in general pretty awesome. It'd be good to have one in this group. I don't know if there's anything in particular I would want to, like, anybody in particular in the group I'd want to get rid of for a Lore Master, but I could basically replace just about any of us Okay, while he's doing that, I'm gonna move. Ads are out. Yeah, they got their heal. Well, I have a really bad debuff here. Well, the boss got a full heal. He still got a ton of corruptions. Well, I just assumed a ton, but it was actually 1 tier, so not a ton of corruptions. Okay, I'm going to take a second to try to just refresh. I wonder what tier I am on with this. Tier 3. Okay, can you activate it? That was actually a very convenient activation of that. Whew, we have some time to breathe. Ads? Not for long. I was gonna say I'm gonna sit here, work on my buffs, just take care of that. But nope. Still targeting me. That's a lot of puddles stuck together. I think it's what, 3 in there? Can we get that cleanse? Ads are out. Okay, good. We got them interrupted. At a single target interrupt. Oh, my health. Okay, never surrender. Paying attention to so many things, I didn't see my health was getting low. Ooh, that could have been bad if I was just knocked a little bit more. I could really use that cleanse, but... What tier am I on? Okay, I'm only on tier 2, that's actually a good thing. And wow, this boss's health, it got high again. This is Sagroth the Lair of Vermin. We're running on tier 2, which we're making a lot of like relative progress on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to grab these guys. There's a bunch of puddles. You know, we did pretty good there. That might have been the longest we have lasted, which is, I suppose, pretty good. Also, the game audio isn't way too loud, is it? Because if so, then it's probably been way too loud the entire time. No, it's at 0.7, 0.07. Why is it peaking so loud on OBS? I just see something. Yeah, that's like peaking way too high, I think. Y'all can let me know, but I just noticed that like audio's peaking towards -5 decibels, which is actually really loud. Sounds okay? Alright. So yeah, I think at this point it's tier 3 3-mans, which is really exciting, but first we have to test to see if my upcoming sponsor for our video is actually any good. You don't want that distraction the whole time? Okay, so I will... Yeah, thanks everyone. I will be back in... This is going to be less than 2-ish minutes. I'm going to be back in just a minute. Y'all can watch the cats if you want. Ooh, that's a good idea. Let me duplicate. Alright, so what we're gonna have here is nope, that is totally the wrong thing that is getting moved in that way. We're gonna have that and that, and we're gonna zoom in on the cat. We're gonna have this. Oh, this is a nightmare. There y'all go. Now I will be back. I don't know, like that. Does that work? Okay, I'm back. For now. This cat... Hold up, I can point. The only cat on screen, there we go. Her name is Lexi, and the other cat, that one, is Piper. But the sponsor of the upcoming video is basically a food company thing. So the original idea is that I was going to test their product on stream for the first time, but it's been so long that I've actually gone ahead and eaten some. But it is a sort of pre-prepared meal kit that you just heat up in the microwave. So we're going to test that, and then ideally the video will be on Monday. It should be a really exciting video either way, but yeah. No, I think all these are open instance finder ones. Both cats are... Oh, that's a good question. How old are they? Four or 5 years old. Or 6? They can't be 6, can they? There's no way they're coming up on 6 years old. When did I even get the cats? I think they are 6. But yeah. The cats are 6 years old now, almost 6. I think they'll be 6 like summer-ish. They were roughly unknown exact age, but like roughly 1-ish year when I adopted them. And I think that was 2017. Someone hacked my stream on the one. What? I am confused. On the one, what? Yeah. Oh yeah, we don't have a healer, do we? Okay. I still need a moment AFK because I just got a snack. Oh, 1st of April, the new class stuff. Yes. Somebody did. Yeah, that was a very unfortunate event, but the good news is on April 2nd, somebody else hacked my channel, but they were the good guys that time. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, my mic is already open, but going down? That felt very awkward, squatting like that to get my foot thingy, standing mat, bath mat that I use as a standing mat up. But this is the sponsor. This product is food. This meal kit is, what was it called? Like herb crusted chicken. So the problem with having me review something like this is I don't like a lot of food. There's a little amount. What was the right way to put this? There is the amount of foods I like is not very many, but the foods that I like, I tend to like a lot. That said, I think a lot of foods are also like I'm relatively indifferent towards them. Like I can eat them, but don't prefer to, is the majority of general foods out there. But yes, thought I'd test this. This is actually one of the more appealing options to me. It still is awkward eating on stream, but this will help me go the distance. The chicken's good, but I like chicken. I wonder if there's... Are you all just waiting on me, or do you have stuff that you can do or are doing in the meantime? Okay. Because I'm... Alright. Hold up, getting my push to talk and mute buttons mixed up, but the... yeah, it sounds like they're good with me taking a moment to eat here. But I thought while doing that, I can fix up my LIs, because they're kind of bad. And because I've been enjoying tanking and doing it so much, I think I'm going to go ahead and make the move and swap some of the lower value DPS ones just straight for tanking traceries. But, Andrew, you say... Oh, Sant lower, tier 4 Sant lower is super easy. Pretty much just tier 3 with... Oh, I do not like Scions. It's one of those things that just... There are a lot of little things that make me not want to run high tier LOTRO content. I do like the difficulty, actually. Especially 3-mans. I love 3-mans. They're probably my favorite type of instance content, at least lately. I think in the past I've preferred 6-mans, sometimes prefer raids, but well, I just haven't run those much lately. But yeah, 3-mans, they're really my favorite. 4-mans would probably be really good as well. I'd love to see a 4-man. You have a small fellowship, full fellowship, raid. Then you have like mega raid with Thorog, but I think that's still called raid. But I don't know, medium fellowship, medium small fellowship. This is also too hot, it needs a minute to cool down. But yeah, cooking wise, Python Dad, I actually do like to cook. So I, to be honest, am not necessarily the target audience of the sponsor. And once the video actually gets fully approved, like, you all will know who it is. But at that point, I can go into more detail, I suppose. But I just thought it'd be fun to try their food in the middle of the stream, and it's a perfect stream to do that. This would probably be easier to eat with a fork, unless I just take a whole hunk of chicken and bite it, which is probably what I would do. Not a fork, I mean a knife. But yeah, I like to cook and make bulk, what's it called? Meal prep. I make bulk amounts to meal prep. But that said, it actually is really convenient to have this, because I have been, you'll have noticed, no videos or streams this week up until now. I have been super busy this week, so it's actually the reason I went out and dug into these and ate some, is because it is super convenient. Yes, we just did Sargroth, is that what it's called? The Lair of Vermin. We just did that one. We got through tier 1 fine, but tier 2, not only was it a slog, we didn't get past the last boss. We had a lot of good progress, but we didn't. Forbidden Pool Lifeguards. I love that kin name. I forget, is Forbidden Pool an actual place in game? Yeah. Oh wow, tier 4 boss has double HP. Last patch, tier 3. That's crazy. But yeah, the health and mit update probably didn't help, because we actually got through tier 2 fine with a, I'd say, worse group composition. More poorly geared group. And that sort of stuff. Our very first time in the instance, not even knowing the mechanics, we got to the last boss just as fine. But this time, it took longer, I think. And the last boss fight was... We did make progress this time, but it still didn't get it done, obviously. And then the first boss just took forever. Although we did one-shot it, but it took forever. I think I already mentioned the chicken is good, but I like chicken. actually have no idea what Word of Craft traceries there are that are oriented for tanking that I could get here and not crafted. Incoming healing. Yeah, I probably don't want incoming healing. Max power, that is a funny one. I hope that nobody actually needs max power. But, yeah, that is a thing. Actually, the finesse and decreased attack duration, if I were to truly build a tank just based on these options, I might go with that one. Just because I don't have the wit virtue equipped, so my finesse is actually a tad bit lower than ideal, at least last I checked. Oh, and the incoming healing is really good. Yeah, the Wardens used to have better incoming healing, but I could see that one for self-heals, and then, of course, the healer healing you. So that is a good point. But yeah, if I were to get 2, it would probably be the incoming healing. I don't see the outgoing healing being worth it. And then also could get the finesse, but that's just from these barter options. I know there are crafted ones that I don't... Actually, I do have one of the Word of Crafts, but it's definitely not good for tank. Not even good for Warden. 150k HPS. That's 10 seconds. That'd fully heal me up. The pretty ring? It says band, but band could be bracelet or ring. I guessed wrong. I thought it was a bracelet, but yeah. Okay, so we'll ignore that one. This is the big one. I'm actually really curious if I will end up wanting one of these. You can even just get raw incoming healing for one. You basically get those 2 Word of Craft traceries in one. Almost, not really. That's actually not close to the same, but you get the percent in the rating is basically it. So I could do that one. Let's see what I have. You know, that might be helpful too. Oh yeah, you can't... Hold up. I know how to look at allies, I promise. Oh, a hobbit. It's... oh, yeah, it's already a struggle for me to play dwarves. It's gonna take basically a miracle to get me to play a hobbit. But yes, I can get rid of area of effect damage or target count I'd like to keep. But I'm thinking area of effect damage. Unless they change that. Like the other ones where it impacts the dot, which I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Do I want to keep that? How good is that tracery? That is on the spear. Okay, that's it is a teal level 131. I probably have tracery reclamation scrolls somewhere. I'm gonna be nosy and see what ring they have. Okay, pretty much the same as the one I linked. Actually, mine... Ooh. Yeah, mine has a lot better itemization, but it's similar level. Chicken... Oh, chicken pie is good. Chicken pot pie? Or meat pie? I don't think I've ever heard it called that, but chicken pot pie is the only pie that I like. That at least I am aware that I like. If that makes sense. Okay, what am I doing? I put a couple extra in chat in case you have those. Microphone is in my way. Chicken apple pie? That sounds terrifying to me. Apple pie sounds too sweet. Same with cherry pie. Okay, anyway, we can... Okay, so incoming healing is currently at the top of the leaderboard for me in terms of what I would initially think I'd take for a tank. But they just minus incoming damage as well. That gives physical mitigation. I'd probably rather tactical. But yeah, that would be the big question. Incoming healing versus reduced incoming tactical damage. I would initially lean probably towards reducing incoming tactical damage. I think that could also, if I'm looking to be somewhat hybrid still between DPS and tank, I think that would have a little bit more application in the DPS role, so that is what I would lean towards for now. So that would be one option for a teal. And then for Warden traceries, hold up, I can click it maybe. My things are wanting to. Oh, is this gonna be one of those F10? There we go. Got it. Took a minute. Now I don't know what traceries I have, but we got it. Probably look at... I'm not a big fan of the way they organize this anymore. I don't know. I guess it works. What am I looking at? I have more than one. I have at least two. The 2 earrings. And sort of the necklace. Oh, and one of my wrists. Well, that's kind of both. Yeah, a lot of these pieces I have, I'm basically like hybrid gear between DPS and tank. Actually, I have not enough. I don't know. And DPS spec, I have way too much finesse. And it could be my traceries. Like, this is one thing I actually worked on. I think only one of them has finesse. So I'm not getting any from that. It's like all gear. Oh. Anyway, yeah, my gear is really like a lot of it. Oh, the pants, those are tanky. A lot of it really is like with essences, there's just so much flexibility with the way you can do things, and my gear ain't close to optimal. I ain't gonna pretend that. But yeah, it's primarily DPS gear that I've been slowly either transitioning to tank gear or just happen to have defensive pieces and didn't have like better DPS options before. But with traceries, if I can actually keep on topic. I know chaos during combat is fun. I don't know if chaos during trying to upgrade my traceries is the most fun. This is a slow process. Okay, let's look at this game at damage over time. And see, I'm less familiar, like immediately less familiar with what I actually have. But like I see ambush run speed and gambit builder damage. Those would be super easy for me to just say I don't need anymore. Wait, shield? Oh, fish shield gambit damage over time. But yeah, that's an example of one that I actually do have. Yep. But yeah, fist. There's the crit. Yeah, I'm running low lately. Okay. Spear fist gambit damage, that's not a good one. Yeah, like spear shield gambit initial damage, that's another bad tracery. So I actually see 4 bad traceries right here. And then spear gambit initial damage. So I see 5 bad traceries that I could replace essentially. Okay, just make sure there's none here. Spear gambit damage. That still says initial damage, okay. I was just making sure that wasn't another one. And then on page 2, spear gambit damage over time. There we go. That would actually be a useful one for DPS at least. But recklessness duration. That one's only DPS spec though. So that's a potential. Here, I'm going to put to organize stuff on my own without doing spreadsheets or anything crazy like that. I'm just going to put the ones I want up there in the corner. Okay. Morale taps are okay. We'll put this at also that side. Resolution itself, I don't think would be. Don't want that. Shield Gambit Line Healing. I think that one I have. Unless they changed it. Okay, I still have that one. Heal bonus for Conviction. I feel like the main benefit for that really would be the incoming healing. And I don't want to get a tracer just for incoming healing. Restorative Shield Arc, this is one that's only impactful in tank spec, so it's kind of like recklessness in that way. Oh, Shield Gambit buff duration, and that has vitality, that is perfect. Yes, for tier 2 plus, definitely want to overcap mids, or whatever the cap is for the particular tier, but overcap the visible cap in game, because that makes a ton of sense. That's another thing that makes high tier content in LOTRO annoying rather than exciting, is the basically lack of clarity without really deeply diving into it, or of course relying on other people to have done that. Okay, this one gives vitality as well. Mastery cooldown, I should have that one, I hope. Yes, that's my highest one. That's my gold tracery. Oh, you can, what? This is I didn't actually know what the revamp, this was a new one. That's gonna be up there. There we go. Honestly, because that's 100% one, I should go ahead and get it, shouldn't I? But I'm considering, like, just with the resources I have, teal versus purple, this is one that I think would be an easy teal. We have the spear, shield, and fist bonuses. If I use that more, I typically find other things better as a tank, and honestly as DPS, that stuff's not too exciting to me. Don't want Javelin of Deadly Force. Don't want Javelin skill damage. Those are funny. Javelin skills critical chance. If those impacted gambits, but it's very much so not clear that they impact gambits, and they used to not, so that would have to be a change with the revamp. But this is currently what I have. I need to replace 5 traceries at least. Let me just double check. Spear Gambit initial damage. Gambit builder. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I have Javelin skills criticals. That's 6. I didn't realize I had that many bad traceries. Okay, so that's actually 6 I can replace, and I have 6 on screen. So I guess we're getting these 6. Now for the teal one, I would technically... Wait, morale tap? Okay, we'll try to avoid morale tap. We'll see. We'll see where things go. Also, I already have Fist Spear Gambit damage over time. Oh, this is such a mess. And yes, my cat did just lick my chicken. It is too late for me to be looking at this. Okay, so basically I'm going to... This is why it takes a moment here. But this is one of the reasons I've been resistant to get this done. But it's clearly needed to be gotten done because my tracers, as you'll see, are quite terrible. Okay, restorative shield work. I didn't already get that one, did I? Okay, we already got this. We got restorative shield work cooldown. Shield gambit buff duration. Ooh, that's 9 versus 10 seconds. I think at that difference, the purple one's okay. What would be the teal one that I would get then? Okay, I guess I'll get this, the teal one. Oh, shield tactics immunity duration. I'm not a big fan of that, but it's obviously useful. Okay, so that's 4, and I need to replace 6. I got this one, this one. Okay, we'll get shield tactics immunity duration, and then the... Oh, did I need 5 or 6? Because I had this. Okay, I think it's still 6. Hold up. I know what else I'm getting. We are going to do something DPS related after all of this. Okay, hopefully this Reckless Madness... I don't know if it helps anybody, but just to see me more or less haphazardly go through traceries. Okay, this guy has vitality. Honestly, this has all... I remember this now. I put all the useful traceries on the spear. Well, relatively useful traceries on the spear. And then the not as great ones, I think, on the javelin. Besides, it looks like fish shield damage over time. But I kind of remember purposefully doing that. So if they ever updated those, or had they talked about like new class traceries and such, if they ever did that... Oh, fist spear gambit damage over time. Critical rating. Okay, I'll probably avoid that for now, unless that's purple. If that's purple, I'll go ahead and get the purple one. Sorry, this is taking me forever. But I will be a much better tank. This is something I've been needing to do this a long time. Well, at least since the revamp. So finally actually getting it done. Okay, there should be, yeah, Spear Gambit initial damage. I like the marked and diminished target. So we'll replace that one with this. And then we got this guy, and he will... I'll just replace all these bad ones in rapid fire. My cat is watching my cursor move across the screen. I think I mentioned this in stream once. Has it been that long since I did this the first time? But I put on a cat video on my TV, and the cats have more or less become obsessed with it. Watching birds basically fly around. So now this cat, Lexi, she used to sometimes look at screens because she'd pick up on the cursor, but she's now like hawk-eyed on them. Which I don't know if it's necessarily the best thing, but it's like if you don't have a fish tank, the easy form of cat TV that you can get. But okay, in all that chaos, I now have all of these replaced. Let me check if they're all correct item level now. Do I have all level 131 traceries for once? I do. Wow. It only took this long after level 131, etc. came out. As in Gundabad. But now I have that. Ooh, that took forever, but it's like a huge sigh of relief now that it's done. And then, for enhancement runes, for level 131, I can actually just barter for all the yellow ones I need to get everything to 460. So that would be 27, 37, 47, 57, 67, 68, 77, 87, 97, 107, 117, 127, 137, 157. Okay. I need a barter for these 157 times. Which would be... Is that only like 4,000 ancient script? Wow, that is cheap. 4,000 plus like 2,000. I can't see cat. So what did I say, 157? Alright, I'm gonna click this 157 times. I know this is exciting content you'll come here for, the clicking barter simulator, because if you click too fast... Wait, what? There it is. Too many requests, slow down. So it is actually a game to try to click it as fast as possible without getting too many requests, slow down. This is honestly basically the one thing I would bot in LOTRO is clicking barter. Or not, well, I guess it would be a bot with an auto clicker. I don't do that, but it is the thing I would. If anybody is curious, because I'll be like set on yellow enhancement runes for this character, any future ones I get will actually be useful for alts, like my Runekeeper, eventually presumably Captain and Bearwarning, and the such. I hope this is my Javelin because this is a lot of enhancement runes. I do remember the number 68 coming up with the spear, so I think we are on track so far. And there's this little guy that's easy to miss who just needs one enhancement rune. Can't see around the cat. And at least with these slots will be upgraded. So if I do end up changing these traceries from the initial setup that I have here, these enhancement runes aren't wasted, of course. And then I suspect that the vitality ones will be best to use the purple enhancement runes on, whatever I have there that could use that. I didn't really pay attention to the level of things when I swapped like where which tracery went, which actually could have an impact, but I don't think those ones I had leveled up. There are specific ones, mainly vitality ones, that I had leveled up the most and put the most focus on. So I'm thinking like shield gambit buff duration here should give me a little bit of vitality at least. So I have 1,000,565 morale. And on equipping and re-equipping, I almost gained 20,000 morale from all that. I of course gained a whole bunch of other things, but that's just like for one stat, an example of how that helped me. Easiest to, at least I find it to be the easiest to interpret on a very quick glance like that. But yeah, the other options were heraldries, which I could only get a purple at this point. And wow, these stats are so low and they aren't upgraded. That is crazy. But let's see. I'm thinking tank-wise, of course, Sparrow, but I have a might one. Trying to make actual progress on eating now. I thought this would be something I could do relatively passively, but it was a little bit involved. But I think next step is to probably spend my precious embers of enchantment. I checked the Sarkvorn and the stuff I can barter for is not good, but I think spending my embers of enchantment on a ring would be a pretty decent upgrade, even though this has, for a yellow ring, at least relatively decent itemization. But there's the chance that there's actually a tanking oriented one that would be pretty good for me. So that's what I thought I could check, because I'm more or less transitioning this character towards a tank, it seems. But let's see. Where am I going? Got myself all distracted. The easiest way that I know to get to an Embers of Enchantment vendor, as much as this doesn't make sense, is still in at curfew.
Hear me, Kisinik.
Okay, let's see what this guy has. Bracelet, which I have a 470, so I wouldn't want to replace that, but it has potential. So that's a lot of crit defense. Yeah, I remember it now. I remember now he's not being the most appealing. This would be the simplest one. I wonder if might would have been better. There's also the pocket. I don't have the best pocket item. It has like all that physical mitigation. The finesse is actually relatively useful. But yeah, it's not the best, but it's decent. It does have incoming healing though. But then I am also remembering the ring ones. It's either crit and finesse or the physical mastery and fate. But this is just not good. You know what? For a simple, quick upgrade, I would rather this one. I'm not a fan of this one. I don't like that I would rather this one, but it's a ring upgrade for tanking. An easy one at that. Fredo, you said, you're semi-new player, but wanting to buy Gundabad, you're getting close to it. Wondering if you should wait till the anniversary? You could, if you're not quite too Gundabad yet, you could wait to see if it goes on sale at the anniversary. I honestly wouldn't expect it, but Standing Stone Games has done a lot of surprising stuff in terms of sales, so it's entirely possible that they would. The reason I wouldn't expect it to go on sale is because I would expect it to go on sale after the new expansion comes out, or maybe even in the like lead up to it. But I just personally wouldn't expect at this point. Okay, I am finally headed in.
Known as the poison gardens of Carn Dum, St. Lair is a dank place, teeming with deadly plants, trees, and flowers, the likes of which have scarcely or never before been seen in Middle-earth. Above the fetid pale green waters which flow through St. Lair rise immense pellucid structures, greatest among them Bar Helith, the glass house. It is here that the sorceress Ogonween plies her craft, experimenting upon creatures, plants, and all those who stray too near the ever-grasping tendrils of her creations. To what end? And for what purpose? One can only assume the darkest of designs.
Okay, done eating. Hopefully that helps though with Gundabad. I do not need my keyboard that close. Oh yeah, we don't have a healer, I can't. I mean, I'm barely taking any damage here, and I just used my first defensive buff. Yeah, I'll be curious how much I have to use my defensive cooldowns here. And even buffs. I might try to more or less push it and see what I can do with limited. There we go, I'm going down. But limited, kind of like this. Honestly, that I would rather wait if we like did tier 1 just because we could get them quicker, and here we can just do boss to boss, if that works. Normally I would, but that's fine. Also got this guy. But yeah, I don't think we're going to be running through for the quest, because to me it just doesn't make as much sense. Oh, I should have used Never Surrender. Oh, there are other mobs here, okay. I was wondering where his other guys were. His little Ingmarum buddies. But yeah, it just doesn't seem like it would make too much sense, obviously, to do the quests on tier 3 when we could do those on tier 1 a whole lot more easily. Let's see, buff-wise. Let's go ahead and put up... I use Conviction first for Maddening Strike, that works too, for the heal. Also, I should use this thing. Those enrage buffs. Well, might as well pick up the quest item that's right here. And I'll make it easier the second time through. Hey, cat. She wants attention. I'll try to get those ads when I stop getting thrown around. I think I'm actually going to... Well, see, the champion did his stun, so I don't need that. I was going to say I'm going to try to actually let Never Surrender trigger there, so I could keep pumping the damage. You know, the good old tank damage. I fully blame Piper for that. But you made it. Vine took me perfectly to it. When there's only one, that's actually a convenience factor. Good quality of life, the mob just draws you right to it. You don't even have to press buttons or anything. Alright, on tiers 1 and tier 2, and in the beta, I could absolutely not tell this boss's mechanic because they just sorta died.
You don't belong to the garden.
That's as far as I know. I don't know, but I just, like, I think their role is to die. I mean, well, maybe my role was to die. But yeah, I was wondering if they'd just like start doing decent damage on tier 3. I clearly didn't have the good start with the gambits, but that was definitely avoidable. I don't see any really big hits on me though. That's kind of the interesting part. I have a decent bit of somewhat moderate hits, but that's like 200. Okay, there's a 140, 308k. That's the one I saw. I could also use my defensive buffs and cooldowns. I just wasn't prepared for that, I'll say. This time we'll actually try to do good. We gotta see what we have to do. Oh, they might have triggered with that step. Neither did I. At least this does get a little bit more interesting on whatever. Oh, that's the next interrupt. I'm so used to having to do interrupts. Okay, we're definitely hitting that one. Okay, I'm going to... I don't know on the timing on this, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and refresh my gambit buffs here. Well, that works. We'll make it work. But just to be extra safe. Okay, and then I think the Dance of War and Conviction would be the next two. Make sure I have my debuffs going. I wonder if Deep Gashes, if that does not stack, I should definitely be able to handle that. But it looks like we're getting him down just fine. I've lost track of which gambits I've used. I know a lot of my defensive buffs are probably getting close to going off. Actually, yeah, about 10 seconds. So I'm going to start taking more damage, but I think it is fairly safe. Maybe we'll actually be able to notice the difference of having defensive buffs versus not here in a second. Like, I'm really curious for a boss like this if it's like a noticeable increase in damage that I take or not. I think we need Resounding Challenge and Spear of Fate. And probably get the bleeds again. There we go. Yeah, didn't really need to worry about it at that point, but yeah, tier 3, despite me dying the first time just because I didn't actually expect them to do anything, it's you know, a little bit tougher. But those are some, I don't know, ugly shoulders. Not that they're necessarily really bad, but they're like, are they actually better than his shoulders? I mean, that's entirely possible. Are you sure those new ones are better? Because you have 2 essence slots on your current one. I just noticed that I've done that a lot with new gear here. I'm like, oh, upgrade, but then it's like one fewer essence slot. I didn't mean to be nosy about that, but I was surprised when he said that was better than delving gear. Clearly I did not last long. Was practically one shot. I'm gonna do the pro LOTRO move and just kite. It is so unfortunate this is a strategy, but it's like that's the way you tank in modern LOTRO kiting. If you don't want something to hit you, just run away from it. And plus I can actually use some damaging gambits while I don't have barbed javelins, which I would have had to been spec yellow for. I can actually use damaging gambits that actually do good damage, I mean. I will say this is a step up from tier 2, but with 2 DPS instead of basically 1, that's actually going by relatively quickly. Because when I did tier 2 with Snore and Werewillow was healing, so it was like relatively slow, but I was also able to pull more than one group fairly easily. I know this is also crazy strategy, but use ambush. That will mean it's come up. Oops. Wow, I'm getting some huge FPS lag. I have not gotten FPS lag like this in a long while. Time for me to kite. Sorry for your AoE. I mean, yeah, if you can reach them. Some of the, like, Raging Blade, isn't that 12 meters or something crazy? Ask the champion how long Raging Blade is, and he responded that he's just too busy trying to hit things to check. But yeah, that actually went perfectly fine. These are I forget, these are the Ravagers and not the Trolls. The Trolls are the ones that have the enrage. I might have been able to just stand there the whole time with the regular orcs. I imagine especially yellow line compared to red even. Good old animation cancel. That is what the champion uses their interrupt as. You know, honestly, I do the same on Warden a lot. Okay, I will get away with no never surrender. We'll do an AoE stun, which I'm still in love with Warden being able to do that. Okay, I somehow got restoration and battle memory. I'm really confused how I got those gambits built there. Probably a mix of must face target and line of sight, but that was kind of funny. Yeah, on tier 3, I guess it's just the way we're going through it, not doing all the trash fights for the quest, which would probably be really annoying to me. I'm still thinking this is my favorite instance in the cluster so far. Which is, I don't know, surprising. Just based on the first time I saw it, I would not have expected the Poison Gardens to be my favorite. Yeah, honestly, I think the 6-man is my least favorite. I wouldn't say by far, because the other 3-man, there are particular things about it that I don't like. But the 6-man has, as unfortunate as it is, a lot of not very enjoyable things. Despite the last boss fight being fairly entertaining, it's at least different. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't actually find it annoying, but it's pretty decent. I, of course, am a fan of the first boss because, at least once I apply my buffs, it's very easy. Also, why are these guys hitting me so hard? Okay, then I think Desolation is my next in queue, and then we'll do the fancy battle memory spear fake combo, which is actually, as far as I can tell, a fairly decent combo. I'm gonna stretch my fingers mid-fight and ditch them, both of those. Oh, my health is actually going down. Maybe I should work on that before we get the boss proper. We're actually out of combat for a period. I did not realize that would happen. Brief period. Okay, I'm going. Ooh, I don't want to use Never Surrender this early in the fight, but I'm going to. So I'm going to focus on my Gambit buffs. Okay, and then I think I need the big shield mastery. And then, oh, I do have Dance of War already. Okay, we'll have another Dance of War. And then I really need to use my heals. Let's use this. Okay, I'm fairly healed up at this point. I guess I'll use that while I can. I was gonna say if I have one more, I'll use the spear one to boost DPS, but it looks like we're... Oh, the boss is doing her thing. I kinda forgot about that. Gonna give conviction to LPL. I wonder why this instance is causing more FPS lag than usual. I know it with just all the clutter, sometimes just can, but it seems to be, yeah, more than usual, really. Also, I should focus on my defenses. I do actually have Never Surrender up if I need it, but I'd really rather save it. So I'm going to actually just try to out-heal this. Oh, I really missed that single target morale tap. I haven't noticed it too much, but perhaps clearly I lately am noticing it a little bit more. But there we go, that's just raw healing. Without cooldowns. I think I used all my gamma buffs, or at least most of them. Okay, corruptions. Know how many she has. Just one more. She got a lot of healing there, but I think it's okay. I'm getting all used to all the new gambit patterns. I think I have it down fairly decently. Ah, that was bad timing for that. Phew. She's doing her thing. One more. What did I remove there? Like 4 corruptions? That was pretty crazy. Did we just get a hope buff in the middle of this? Or is that something else I noticed? Alright, just to be safe, I'm gonna go for my good old rotation here. And then might give myself a power restore just to make sure I'm up on that. I'm still expecting another pretty big wave of ads. That's why, there we go. Probably ended up being a wasted Never Surrender, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh, nope, it's... Wait, Never Surrender, never triggered. Boss. Oh, maybe I should have used Battle Memory. She heals. She might just like be a timer. How much health do these humans have left? Wow. Whew, that was pretty intense, but a little bit settled now. In fact, I am going to boost my own DPS as a tank here. Okay, I might use the Gambit Masteries to, well, let me heal up first of all. Out of. Yep. Louis Dennis. Just gotta get through 22 million morale. Hello, Isco. Good to see you. I feel like it's been a while. I do have to focus on my heals a little bit. I'm keeping the corruption removal in my bar if she does her thing, but I honestly don't think it's worth it at this point. Okay, so I am actually... This is really strange for me, but I use Way of the Fist. You have high hopes in my damage. I just gotta imagine what a Guardian, or maybe even a Captain of one of those low DPS tanks. Relatively low DPS, I mean. What they would be feeling here. But yeah, that takes a minute, but unless I make a mistake and I keep lagging, there we go. Unless that keeps happening, there shouldn't really be anything that prevents me from getting her down. Let's do Resounding Challenge. I know I've gotten off the damage rotation a little bit there. I do need to... I don't really want to up my defensive buff, so maybe I'll just do a couple key guys here. Okay, let's actually did it. That's not gonna do much, but I'll do something. I don't want to use Safeguard twice in a row. Hold up. This guy. We'll use that. There. Fairly quick way to restore some of the defensive buffs that I have. Wow, slag. I might actually need that Never Surrender. It's probably I need a backup in case Never Surrender. Okay, I was gonna say in case it wears off and doesn't trigger, but now that I had that trigger, I probably should kite a little bit. Wait, what is she doing? I didn't realize she'd have a ranged attack like that. That kind of freaked me out, but I think I'm still safe. Progress. Oh yeah. And I use the same dot twice in a row. Or just because of that, I'm gonna heal myself up. Is that better? The champion said it would suck if I got this far and died, so I had to do something about that. It's not necessarily safe to play that dangerously, but it is fun. Oh, I don't have an interrupt. Hold up. There we go. That was a long enough induction. I was actually able to use the boot. That is, I think we got through them all. New ally system was confusing and is confusing. I think both of those were work, but yeah, it's I find it better than the previous one. I think it was a damage, both heal and damage induction. Can't let myself go down in the last 1 million, so I'm going to use all this stuff here. We're not dying right now. There we go. Easy peasy. Oh, there's a lead the charge still going? Apparently there's a lead the charge. I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't know we were doing that. That's exciting. All right. Hey, I got something useful. Just immediately, at least it looks better than my previous one. I do lose all the agility. So sad. But I gain an essence slot, which I could fill with agility, but I'm definitely not. Don't worry. I also lose evade rating. Definitely not putting in evade rating essence. I gain a ton of tactical mitigation, like 31,000 or something. I also gain a ton of physical mit and resistance, and a little bit of vitality, and of course, empty essence slot. So let's get a vit. Let's equip. Let's do this. Do that. This. That. This. There we go. Got it in. Necklace. I would really like the necklace. I have not. Really, I was really excited to say first for me. Well, we'll see. Hopefully other people got good gear. Oh, I got basically the same earring. See, they just don't accept that I'm actually a healer and not a tank. But yeah, that was exciting. I think that's, again, this is actually a fun instance to me. I'm just so surprised it is. Please, no Lair of Vermin. I'll do anything but that. I'm honestly probably done with Lair of Vermin for a month or two. Could we? Oh, that sounds fun. They did a Minutes Morgul instance. It's been a while since I've done one of those. But I think we're going to do the Doom of Karis Glabrin. I think I can finally do that one again. Lair of Vermin, I think is going to be off my list of instances for the near future. Okay, so it looks like we have Guardian. I'm just like, it's so weird for me to have so much more health than the Guardian. Things reversed. I do have better gear than him. I played the 140 content a lot more. In particular, Delvings. Like, the Delving gear is just great. Fairly easy source of gear for me. And then even the, like, 6-man. Yeah, Lore Master would be very helpful. It's just, I don't want to keep going on and on about this, but the more I've done it, the less and less I've liked the instance. But yeah, for the last boss, we had 2 champions, they weren't bad on the stuns, but having a Lore Master who has 2 sources of that, at least, technically 3 if you're red line. That's all I'm immediately thinking of, but they have resources to help with that. And of course all the debuffs, like other actual useful stuff Lore Master provides anyway. I don't like hobbits, but that looks like a good hobbit. Yeah, I don't know. Fastest way to level. Missions aren't bad. They're fairly like easy, just repeatable source to level. Otherwise, questing isn't bad either. And then farming dungeons would be pretty good as well. In particular, at level 120, there is the Thickle Gundu solo version. It's actually fastest way to level at that point. At very high levels, what's it called? Sword Halls of Dol Guldur, tier 2 challenge, so you'd have to run at the level cap. Otherwise, tier 2 while lower level isn't terrible. There's also, new to the LOTRO store, I think it's temporary only, but there's the level 140 Valar. Just spin some LOTRO points and there you go, level 140. Ooh, this is exciting, but I'm getting tired. I've been streaming 4.5 hours. Doesn't help that I've been awake since. Technically, I woke up at like 6:30. I don't know why it's only temporary. Probably to increase pressure to buy it. I don't think it's quite the same as FOMO, but a similar like sale tactic. So trying to push people to buy it, thinking it will go away from the LOTRO store, and then they're probably going to bring it back with the pre-order of the new expansion, or not just pre-order, but you'll get it pre-launch. Oh, 2 tanks are actually really useful for this. Also, this location, that outfit don't work anymore. That's my gross Carn Dum outfit. Are you also in tank spec, Jimmy? Okay, that's, well, I was gonna say that's actually probably a good thing. Yeah, especially when we have to split. For once, we have 2 viable tanks instead of 1. Oh yeah, he mentioned we're always doing this like 4 or 5 man. Wow, it's like we have pets again. Oh, you can actually have pets in skirmishes. Time to get my pets out. Okay. I know this is always deceptive, the first part of the skirmish. Sorry, itchy. But the... Oh, 16th anniversary. Yeah, I wonder... it does seem likely that it's tied to the 16th anniversary. I wonder if they were planning this the whole time, though, but the whole limit to time and not giving a date when it will be removed from the LOTRO store, at least as far as I know, I have not seen a date. Oh yeah, I don't have... I'm going back to the old Warden style. I'm like doing barb javelin stuff there. Did y'all hear that cat? What? She's doing some strong meow in there for being asleep. And MERS, whatever they're called. Why do we keep running up there? I keep following everybody up there. Instead of... Yeah, I don't know if they'll be giving out free stuff. I don't expect as much just because it's like the 16th anniversary, not the 15th. It doesn't seem like that's something they'd feel like they want to one-up themselves on. There we go. Next, third one. But yeah, it's like, I mean, there could be decent stuff, but I want to expect as much with the 15th anniversary. It seems like they timed probably updates they were planning in general with the 15th anniversary, like monetization That feels like the main thing. The monetization update with the 15th anniversary, just to like double the excitement of that, on top of, you know, all the stuff they actually did during the anniversary itself. But I still wouldn't be surprised to see some relatively big things, like more than regular weekly sales stuff. Oh, my legs. I need to stretch them. Yeah, even if I were DPS spec, things are dying quite quickly. A sneak peek at the new expansion could be, you know, I think that actually could be a very exciting thing for them to do. I don't see them doing that, but I think that is a great idea, Fredo. Like, if they could, because I have to imagine at this point they have some like physical space of the new expansion, maybe even like a story content they could give a little tease about. I don't know what just happened to the lighting, but that kind of freaked me out because I wasn't paying attention. Like, I watched the playback of the stream. I was like, did I do something? But I don't think I actually did. There's just this massive light source here. Is that... There's a person with a signature that says, like, no dwarfs. Okay. Yeah. It's kind of funny. I don't like... I guess I recognize a couple names on the forums, but it's like... I guess they at least stand out and I remember them for it. That's a good idea. Like, I honestly wouldn't go there if I didn't, like, try to keep up on the developer posts. Talking about the LOTRO forums. Yes, new biomes. Definitely expect a desert. I don't know if it will look like the vision of Puglok, but I would hope it's more sand dunes desert by, I don't know, physical geography wise, what the Umbar, like Western Harad and the Umbar region. Captain. Is this an enjoying movie of the Doom of Kaer Skelebrin? Look at this guy. He was ready to like smash somebody like that, and then he got stunned. Do y'all prefer movie mode or game mode? Oh, this guy, he looks dangerous. He's got the Sauron. I have Sauron on his back. Okay, I can actually help now. Could not get to my mute button. Oh, Sandus, no, you'll be a 10-year player. That's exciting. Or at least recognized as a 10-year player. That sounds kind of like me, where I'm technically would be 13th, like a month or two after the anniversary. But it'll recognize me as 12. because I was just slightly after. I might actually have to... One, I am actually doing tanking here. I also might just generally have to pay attention to my health since we don't have the healer in this group. This is actually, even though I am tired, this is actually really fun. It's a relatively easy instance, at least at this point, to do. We're actually like smashing this on tier 2. But this is, yeah, fairly easy to just, I don't know, relaxing play LOTRO. It's been a while since I played LOTRO. I've obviously been playing 4.5 hours. 4 hours, 44 minutes. And in 14 seconds it'll be 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Wow. What? How did you spell the name? Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought originally I heard ABA, and then that made me think of Abba. I haven't heard, did something happen to him? Yeah. There's somebody in the kin I just realized I haven't seen in a while. Sounds like he just disappeared. Okay, yeah, because I realized he used to be on a lot, but I haven't seen him. Oh, one of them died. Oh. Yeah. Oh, Bredo, so you would be... Oh, no. I read that as 13 because that's what CB said. But it's 13 for you, CB, so that's a little bit ahead of me. Bredo... Oh, 3 for you, but you said semi-new player, you made new account 3 years ago. Hold up. You made your account 3 years ago, never played properly until last year. Oh, and then took a big break until now. Hopefully you're enjoying the... return to LOTRO. We're on third as well. So. Do you need one of us to go on that side? Okay, looks like they got somebody on that side helping them. I could honestly even drag all these guys over here. This guy never surrendered to be safe, which is probably a good idea because I've just triggered, and I might. Oh yeah, and the things we have to protect, soldiers or whatever, Mirrodin warriors, are kind of squishy. Speaking of, make sure none of them are up there. That's good. I do gotta say, I'm pretty impressed. These guys are, you know, they're putting up some decent damage against me. Oh, that was some lag. Good. Made me worried I was crashed. Yeah, it'd probably be a good idea to get that before we continue. Oh. Yep. Okay, so I think there is an encounter. I totally missed that pop up. I don't remember an encounter at this point, or running into one, I should say. I don't think I've necessarily done them all. Oh. This is one of the person in the group first time here, apparently. Oh yeah, I'm like, they're doing this without a tank? How quickly I forget the old days of me not being a tank. East. Skirmish is pretty decent for enhancement runes. I kind of remember that. I think that's where I slowly acquired at least a number of the ones I had. $477? That is the exact same shield I have. Also got the Winter Delver's Essence box, which I think is different than the Delver's Lively Essence box. I think the Lively is better than the Winter. Well, it's teal, not purple. That'll be the first clue. Let's see. Vitality. I think the Javelin has the like Vitality ones that are good for me to go ahead and enhance, just to enhance something. We could, but I'm honestly probably going to run around both sides a lot. Like we could, I don't know, maybe have a champion at each, but I could also, I guess at this point we don't necessarily need 2 tanks, but probably doesn't hurt to have. Oh yeah, reward track. Oh wow, I'm actually, I guess with all the quests for the new instances, that's a lot faster than I usually make progress with the reward track. It's not, I'm not like impressively high level on the, like in terms of the level I am, but it is higher than expected. Sorry, it is distraction time for me. That probably is right. Anyway, is there a game going on? Am I supposed to be streaming? Not on my phone? Oh, seize the moment used to be so fun in situations like this. I just remember in particular with the skirmish, it had a lot of uptime, I guess, with the AoEs. I don't remember the exact mechanic there, but for some reason thought it triggered more frequently with AoEs overall. But I could be misremembering. But yeah, just with the ranged AoE morale taps and barbed javelins, that combo, there's just nothing quite like that for comparison. There's a lot of evil enemies. How old do y'all think I am? Okay. They were talking about somebody in the group. The person in the group was a lot younger than they expected, and they're actually the same age as me. So I was curious how old they thought I was, but I think they already know how old I am. But yeah, for some reason rain just sounds a bit odd on this apartment, and the combination with the AC sometimes makes it sound odd to me. And I'm like, what is that? Just like, what is that? But we're done with this. This is like the good old days. It's been a long time since I've done a stream this long and actually like sort of sank down to my chair like this, but the good old days when I'd like Gondor, I remember it a lot. Be like streaming so long that I'd just be like slowly sinking in my chair. Oh yeah, we still have this wave. Yeah, it is quite epic. If they, honestly, epic battles, it makes me think of that, but like, we're actually fighting instead of doing whatever that stuff is. Siege weapons, what were they called? Engineer. Somebody mentioned that how epic this battle is. And I'm like, yeah, this is like if epic battles were like this. But this almost has that scale, just the amount of enemies you fight with the NPCs. It seems like an epic battle like this maybe could have been good. Or Druck. Is that? Oh, that's an encounter. I was like, oh, I recognize that. I don't think you can open this in combat, can you? Nope. The epic battles, I don't particularly like them, but there have actually been some fun moments for me with them. I think running them with sort of preformed groups, so basically a kin group as I have now and did on Anor, this is where we were when we did that. But that was actually pretty entertaining. And then the raid. I think the raid is just significantly better than the 3 and 6 mans for the epic battle. Which is kind of the opposite, as I mentioned. I've tended lately to prefer 3 mans over 6 and 12 mans. I'd say Doom of Karisk 11 has probably been my favorite 6 man in a while. Although I do have to admit, what was that level 120 6 man? Not Thickle Gundu, but the other one, the one with the river lady. Oh. Leadfoot Brute. Good thing he has weapons and isn't using his lead foot. Probably got some good kicking power. We are on Langerball now. But yeah, the big problem I had with epic battles is you basically weren't playing your character anymore, your class. You were playing whatever epic battle spec you went with. Okay, I have not died yet, and I'm not gonna use my big cooldown, but I'll use my heal there. And it's kind of similar to mounted combat. You still have the same class, but you just don't have any of your regular abilities. And your mounted abilities don't necessarily resemble your regular abilities. Those were a couple of my, say, bigger gripes with mounted combat as well. But yeah, that really was the big thing for me with epic battles. It made it feel very unepic for your character. I honestly think tier 3 could have been a great experience with this group in the skirmish, but for once I'm actually happier to be doing a lower difficulty, because just at this point it's more chill, basically. That's good for me being sleepy yet energized. Does that make sense? Sleepy but not tired. I don't know. That makes sense, but yeah, it's just good for now. And after I've been playing for 5 hours, which it's fun to play LOTRO that long. We did have a good break period. And I have a cat trying to help. Actually, she's trying to kill the Mirrodin warriors. No, Jasper. She's like tracking Jasper. That's so funny. Yeah, it's crazy on the Guardian. Also, Jimmy thought you might want to know my cat is trying to attack Jasper.
On have you toiled to preserve your legacy.
So I played on my TV once a video for cats, like birds flying around. And now this particular cat is just like, won't stop staring at screens. I can't see my ability. She's right there in front. And right up against the screen. I have no idea what gambits I'm building. I have no idea what gambit masteries are on cooldown or off cooldown. So if I use a bunch of bad gambits here that don't make sense, I don't know what that's by. It seems to be going fine. Yeah, I'm still debating if I want one. I even considered just getting one for this warden, but he's fairly well equipped where I don't think he needs it. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, that was a full heal with Never Surrender. That was crazy. Like, I haven't died yet. I'm actually going to try to not die. What is this corruption? Still have a hat slightly in the way. Is he taking damage even? I guess he has a 1 million morale. That does take a second to go down. There we go. Hey, I got a second Warden Shield. It is higher item level, but it is worse itemization. I got a third Warden Shield, believe it or not. which is the same as,
Let us hope that Gil-galad and the others shall soon arrive.
yeah, we stay until it completes. Farm LOTRO points? Deeds mainly. A lot of people do just low-level zones to farm LOTRO points. Maybe make new characters. Well, not maybe, but if you want, like, just something you can do over and over and over and over again for LOTRO points, make a new character, do starter zone.
Guise yourself in a fair
Era of the Wind's a good one.
Sauron.
Just because it's quick to get the deeds done.
Still do you wear the face?
Delete the character and repeat. But I think now with there being 95 levels worth of content for free in LOTRO, to me at least it would be a whole lot more fun to just spend one character doing all the deeds up to that point, and you'll still get a lot of LOTRO points and actually make good progress on one character in the meantime. And then if you want to level alts, it's a great thing. Crack gems don't have any use anymore.
It matters not. I have wrought an army greater than any.
I don't need this jacket, and I really hope nobody in the group does. Okay, doubling opal I want to keep. Actually, I have a decent bit of stuff that I can just sell. Also, I have been so bad about the debuff potions, but I actually do have some, believe it or not. Polish canine. Don't need that.
When at last your will is broken, you will surrender the rings of power.
Okay, so all the shields I looted, just to double check, I believe are... Oh, I also think I saw cracked opal. I believe all these shields that I looted are... Yeah, not worth keeping. And this is the DPS pocket item. If I ever go DPS again, I will use that. This can be disenchanted into embers. The shield's just a sell one. It'd be nice if these shields were disenchantable. I know you get them basically, it seems guaranteed every run. So let's leave the instance. Probably.
Secret ways, lead the others north, and do not look.
Curator shows up. I don't know. Can we meet somewhere more appealing than an instance interior? Like, I don't know, is Bree or the Kin House? Strange nodule of fleetness. I agree, it's strange enough to sell. Okay, we're going to the Prancing Pony. We're gonna get a screenshot. They want to get a screenshot of the title. What was it called? Charge? Led the charge? I accidentally led the charge. But those 3-mans are... Well, that 3-man in particular is pretty fun. Okay, Lexi, I cannot see. Okay. Here she is. If absolutely nobody does, and you just vendor it, I could take it for my Baroning. It's got pretty decent itemization. He's got the defensive one, essentially. Prancing Pony podcast. Is that an actual podcast? The PP? Is that what people call it? I actually do. I know this is Dwarden's outfit, but I like pulling it out on this character as well. So should I go with the outfit that I used to conquer? Which would be this one. Step forward, please. We're lining up for a screenshot, but it's gonna take a minute, I think, to actually get it. Oh, we're going inside. I think we're going back out. Well, the pet wasn't there anyway, so you can go bye-bye. Okay, now I'm going to try to get back to reading chat, but let's see, LOTRO. Oh, armies feel like armies. Yeah, that is actually true. In World of Warcraft, it was kind of similar. The armies were like 12 dudes. It's actually pretty accurate for that, I think. Flex is a good emote for this. Eventually we will get our screenshot. Okay, so I think screenshots are done. Based on what on there, I should probably be done, but unless they want to run something quick. Carn Dum. I think I actually have turn-ins there. I'll join, even though I can use my own muster. We'll ride on the Warden's guide. Yep. You can tell by how few deaths there were. And Bay Warning. Is that Urho's sword with a pink thing? Oh, good, they're inspectable. Oh, it doesn't show the cosmetic thing. What am I thinking? Weapon aura. I don't think I've seen that pink weapon aura. But it looks pretty neat with Uro's sword. Uro one-hand sword.
What is it?
Let's see, how much better would this be? This won't be a big upgrade. If I look at any of these, they're honestly pretty much going to be a big upgrade. This one would be big upgrade. I don't know if I'd get the 3-piece set on that. Does that count for like this one? No, that's just a 2. Okay, that's what I thought it was. But it's, oh, necklace, ring, and pocket item, it looks like. And there's also a bracelet and earring. Okay. But yeah, I think these are basically clearly a lot better than the ones I have. That one's just pretty all around solid. Goblin Town soundtrack is goated. Well, you will probably want to stay tuned for Dwarden streams coming up. Oh, I could do, if you want to do a speed run of the poison one to get the rest of the quest items. This one is a 3-man anyway. Okay, we're going to, I feel like I need a wind down activity, so the 3-man should be good. Speedrun edition. Cat is back in my way. I really feel like we've settled this character fairly decently. Look how many inventory spaces I have. So I am... Ooh. I wonder if I put vitality essences and the gloves on the left, now that I'm more or less revamping this character to tank. That would probably be better. I would lose vitality, but I gain tactical mitt and tiny bit of finesse. I know I'd lose physical mastery, which is if I ever do end up actually playing DPS, it'd be of course sad to lose the physical mastery, because I think I'm at a point where I need physical mastery again. What is with these virtues? I don't know how my virtues got messed up so badly. Okay. But if I went full on DPS with the virtues, there's one more, not zeal, confidence. So, okay, there we go. So if I went full on with the DPS virtues like that, I'm gonna have to move this cat. Then I totally forgot. Lost my train of thought. But yeah, I'm down to 30% tactical mitt. But yes, the thing I want to check was physical mastery, which I'm actually at 184.1, so I'm still doing quite good on physical mastery. And that's not even considering if I equip these two things, then I'm at 199.1, which is pretty good. I think with the Warden trait changes, I might have a trait for plus 10% melee damage, and then there might have been another one for 5%, but I don't know if that still exists. When enemies BPE your attacks, you have a chance to deal not much damage. Good to know. Yes, plus 5% melee damage there. So I think at this point it's plus 15%. So that's more like 180 84.1% physical mastery, which I think is reasonable. Finesse is, as you can see, plenty. I think that's one ooh. That's a lot of finesse, so dropping that much could be scary, but actually replacing wit with zeal could be an interesting option if I didn't want the tactical mitt. So there my mastery goes up quite a bit for tier 2. That should be plenty finesse. And the crit is up to 31.7%. Wow. That seems a little high to me. Okay, so I have an extra 5%, so that'd be 30, I believe. And then this is, yes, the extra 2.5. So I'm actually really close to crit capped even. That is actually pretty surprising. Am I buffed still? Okay, I'm buffed with scrolls, but not any of the DPS buffs. So I'm actually surprised how sturdy this character's offensive stats are just by replacing those earrings, essentially. And of course, these earrings are like insanely good for DPS stats at this point for what I have with this character. Almost double dip the main stat, plus the large amount of crit and mastery. Even the fate provides some extra crit, and not a very negligible amount. It actually gives, I think, 2.5 crit per fate. So that's another good chunk of crit there. Anyway, I know this is a lot of rambling of numbers, but really I'm just waiting for the group. Who was running with us? Because I have Senor and one room for one more. I realize I've just been sitting here listening and not actually doing anything. I pretty much just say play what you want and what you find most fun.
Known as the poison gardens of Carn Dum, St. Lair is a dank place, teeming with deadly plants, trees.
Might as well go on DPS.
Types of which have never before been seen.
Ooh, about to go terribly, isn't it?
Above the pale green waters which flow east and
Oh, that's slightly decent order. At least tier 1 can drop useful stuff, so it's not like we're completely guaranteed to get more or less bad loot. Seems to be going fine as DPS, and I think, I don't know, just having the extra damage probably, more helpful than just rounding everything up as tank, especially when these roots are gonna pull us back anyway. Okay, I think I got everything down on this end. Alright, let's hit that. There's my practically full heal. I'm sure I'm driving the people in the group crazy. Although I think recklessness is primarily a melee range thing. Oh, it does get both melee and range damage boost. Kind of hard to speedrun with the roots throwing you everywhere, but It's kind of working. There we go. It is. Okay, I think that should be most groups here. They don't all need Ranger's Outing Challenge, but I guess that's what I end up spamming here. This is the way I wanted to go. I don't know. Yes. Oh, there's actually more here. We did. I think it was Weir and Snewer and I. And affixes, yes. Also, sorry if that was super annoying, the polling I was doing there, but I was just trying to round everything up and getting thrown around by roots. If y'all can believe it, I'm actually in DPS spec though. Wow, I barely survived that. There's still one more route somewhere. Cat's up to no good. If I ever actually do my office tour, I'm gonna call it office tour just because that sounds fancy. That is in that direction, my closet, and she sometimes likes to jump up on the closet racks, which is fine, but yeah. Yeah, I'm just getting the quest items, but if we meet up at the boss, I'm ready to do that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Weirwillow, what all you need, but since we ran this earlier, but not for all the quest items, like, I only need one more water sample, for example. Alright. Probably good DPS spec on this boss as well. Although we did see they can actually produce some damage against us. I won't have a forced taunt. So that is entirely possible. The hunter does good damage that they like full aggro and out DPS me. Which honestly probably should happen. Maybe after I get all my dots rolling. You know? Maybe I'll focus on the Rada Lemma. Alright, we'll see if... Oh no, there's something I always forget nowadays with the Warden revamp. Android Maneuver, and the other one is also really useful on Unnerving Strike. But this guy, Warden's Triumph, because it increases your dot duration, I think 1 extra tick. But yeah, we kind of stomp them. What do you think? I think that's fairly reasonable for tier 1 to have 2 DPSs and guessing the captain's and healing spec. But yeah, here's the Warden's Triumph buff. 1 damage over time pulse. Now, this pull, if I pull everything, this one's actually going to be a tad bit on the scary end of things. But maybe I'll just not pull everything. Didn't want to use a morale tap, but I suppose it'd work there. Go ahead and start these annoying roots up. Kind of fun running into tier 1 after we did tier 3 here. I guess the water sample I need is not here.
What is this? How dare you interrupt my work? Guards!
Okay, I would consider, this has basically been my experience with the consumers, the dot consumers, to be moderately successful, and that's pretty much how I'd categorize that use of it as well. Successful for a single mob, unsuccessful for the full duration of the fight, essentially. I also think that we should ideally be perfectly fine on this boss as well. Strong priority to not use that, but remove corruption here really quick, otherwise that will erase all the damage we just dealt. Okay, this time I should be a little bit quicker with the corruption removal, on my end at least. I think she'll go in maybe once more. Oh yeah, that is pretty good. Because it used to be, if I remember correctly, Blade of Elendil? Ah. Okay, this might not be... This might not be full auto win yet. But yeah, sounds better overall still. Really helpful too, and like you said, instance like this. Alright, after all that running, I still need a water sample. But it looks like I can get it fine. I think it saved those as ones I got earlier somehow. Fredo, you got a forest elk for your high elf. That's exciting. I really like that because the first elk I got was also on. It wasn't my first high elf, but I think one of the first ones that I actually played more seriously. The Anor Lore Master, he got an elk, and I don't know, it was very exciting getting my first elk like that.
Welcome back. I can see by the smoke that lingers around.
Alright, one more person to talk to. Don't know which one it is. There we go.
You return. Come, let me see the fire.
Alright, I think I could probably run one more instance. Alright. But I don't want to do the other 3-man really. And then the... Yeah, it does sound like it was unintended, so hopefully it gets fixed soon. Yeah, elk is definitely very elfy. I found myself lately this... Well, actually on this character, I guess this is... Well, that's an elk. I have the goat here, but that's because of Gundabad. I have, I don't know, I've been finding myself wanting to use very plain horses lately. That's probably best. Or if you all want to run the other 3-man, I'd be up for that, a quick Tharaskar, like just tier 1 to get the quest done. Alright. Without roots, it should be quicker than the previous one. Yeah, I'm also going to go tank Spec this time to be safe. Alright, so would it work if I round things up and then we kill them all, then pick up items? If I stop getting rooted, that is what I will do. Alright, I think I'm gonna go for a burst AoE here. Oh, that's some lag. I'm gonna use Never Surrender just to... It's my anti-lag cooldown at that point. Instead of like actual, more legitimate survival. FC said I do Gambit so fast. I guess I do. Sometimes I actually feel like I do them slow, but yeah, sometimes it's a problem because if you press the buttons too fast, it can actually mess up, and that's when I like talk about like a builder skipped over or whatever. Oh yes, this is the famous bile I always forget. But yeah, then you either gotta reset it or use whatever presumably bad gambit you built. I know that this is one that I always go on about, but doing that, let's see, how does that work? Yes, well, no. I end up using, I think it skips over 1, 2, and then I use 3, 1. Oh, wow, missed one. All that worked and we missed one. Yeah, if you're trying to learn the Warden, and then I think it's now like level 39 is what I heard, when you get the Gambit Masteries. If you're just trying to get the Gambits down, and then you're thrown these 9 new abilities for Gambit Masteries. Sometimes it really is fun to just plow through a tier 1 instance like this. Lair of Tharaskar. Nice. I will say, from a rounding up a whole bunch of orcs, goblins, and trolls perspective, this one is much better than the Poison Garden, so that is a point in favor of this instance. And the actual running of it isn't necessarily that bad. I know I've talked about the Cauldrons mechanic, and it feels half flashed out and like they were planning to do something, then forgot to do it, and then decided to do something else, but didn't fully implement the something else. So it's almost like, I would kind of describe it as 3 different things going on, all only partially in the game as how it came out. But other than that, and the last boss isn't the most fun, other than those 2 things, it's not like a bad instance. And this part is pretty satisfying to do this big AoE. Hello, Aldred. Oops. I feel like I'm too tired to get dizzy at this point. If that makes sense. I think I'm also too tired to make sense. I'm like sleepy actually, but I'm energetic. So I don't think I could actually fall asleep. And having this be the only instance not run, I felt the need to, like, it'd be fine to join. Did we already get the Cauldrons? Nice. I apparently got some pants for that I don't need. I linked them. Owen can chat if you happen to want them, Snore. Or Willow if you play an alt. So yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea to sort of focus on maybe certain gambit lines and getting what they do down and progressing like that way if that works for you. Of course, whatever works for you is not going to be bad, but I think that's a good strategy to try. It took me, to be honest, a very long time to get used to the Gambit Masteries, and I used to actually click them, because just doing that with keybinds was way too much as well, but now I'm perhaps obviously perfectly fine with doing them. Gambit with keybinds and actually prefer it. Sometimes my hand gets actually sore from playing the Warden. Okay. I will continue pulling things, but I'll definitely wait at the boss. I just got thrown into the high rises. I don't think Desolation hit anything. That was a bad time for a knockback. Okay, I'm trying to use a Spear Gambit so I can... Oh, that's not gonna work well. I don't even know if I got that debuff off. I spent so long trying to get working. These guys just throw me all over the place. Okay, I actually need a heal. Alright, I'll use that. Press that one cooldown. My health will go up a lot. I was just super resistant to do that, but I shouldn't need, that's not like that's a good trash mob type heal because it gives you a heal whenever you are hit or even partially hit. So it's perfect for mobs that hit you a lot. Boss fights, it's still like probably going to get some heals from it, but it's not quite as effective. Yep. That works. I think that's what we did tier 2 as well, right? Oh yeah. I think I've heard something similar. Because I think you can shoot the tanks from back there, so I don't think the boss would engage at that point. I don't know if that's an intended mechanic, but that is actually something you can do if you're on higher tiers, deal with the boss in the back without actually engaging the main boss here. I'm guessing that is unintended and would be something that is patched, but it could be intended. Yeah, I definitely find Warden to be a rewarding class and worth playing. I should have gone DPS Spec for this, I think. It is more reliable having me in tank Spec, but I could do more damage in DPS Spec. Means we could get through this quicker. Need some extra focus on the bile things, it seems like. As much as my dots can provide. I'm gonna be a tad slow here. Try to get these tanks down to where they aren't dead, but they are close, so when he moves to them, I can get them down fairly quickly. I think at that health point it will be 2 more of these we need. This one's not active right now. Oh, that one just went down. Oh, that one's down. That's not good. Yeah, it could be worth trying the Warden. If you like the, I don't know, general idea of the Warden, I definitely think with the update it could still be worth trying. That is, there's some appealing things about that earring, to be honest. It's close to something I like, but I don't think I need that. Yep. Is it just me, or are these the same? Just different names, I guess, for the two different instances, which would make sense, but they're the, as far as I can tell, supposed to be the same, and like, I am level 44, they would be the exact same, it looks like. Great. Thank you all for running these again. Hopefully they were fairly quick. Hi Bella, yes I am. You caught me at, oh boy. Actually, OBS apparently crashed at one point, so I've lost how long I've been streaming. You're catching me at like hour 5 or something. And I think for the final act, well, okay, for the pre-final act, we will turn in quests. And then the, no, that's the pre-final act. The pre, oh, I can't keep this up. We're going to do some traceries things, enhancement runes. Good night. I'm going to see if I can get to, with this, 1.672 would be nice. Hello. There we go. Which did you do? Hidden Horde? Oh, ooh, I haven't run that raid version. Well, maybe early on we did. I don't remember. Okay, I got to 1.673 actually. All right, I did not intend to do this much group content today. I really, when I planned this stream, I expected Dwarden for an hour, do some high level Warden for maybe 2 hours, and then probably do Dwarden for another hour. I did actually expect it to be a relatively long stream. Then I found out that somebody in the group, actually Dan's Adventure, who you all have seen before and has actually been on the channel, not just in chat, mentioned doing tier 3 at the 3-mans, which I wanted to do, in particular Poison Gardens, because I enjoy that one. So we did that, and then we had some other people come online fairly late. Yeah, thanks. We'll go to, while this is loading. Do we have a cat back there? Nope. I don't even have to look. But there's a cat right here. I don't want to wake her up. Maybe this is a sign I just shouldn't log into Dwarden, huh? That's what it looks like for me. But let's see, oh yeah, so after Doom of Karis Galebrin, we ran speed version of one of the 3-mans, and then decided to finish it off, speed version of another one of the 3-mans. And, you know, all that took whatever amount of time. Actually, yeah, I've been doing the local recording for almost 6 hours, which means I've probably been streaming for almost 6 hours. I can find the character that I want to log into, Dwarden. It's not a good sign when I can't even remember what character I wanted to switch to. And now I am switching for a final pass at Dwarden. Wisco, depending on the character, I would typically leave Moria at level 56. I don't necessarily recommend that. Ooh, Diablo 2. I haven't played Diablo 2. I played Diablo 3 and initially liked it, but that's about it. I think, contrast a lot of people that play Diablo 3, and that I enjoyed the game the most during the auction house era. Also, this is quite bad situation to log into for the squishy Dwarden. Oh no, I went all this time without dying. I need heals, not defensive boosts. Hold up, I have potions, don't I? I don't need to do that. Potions probably gonna restore over half my health. That's funny. And I have a slow. Okay, we can deal with this org. We got it. I still think there are definitely things about this character that are tougher than before. Tougher than... Oh yeah, well, the other stuff we were running. But I was thinking I could try to finish this quest set, but that might actually be a little bit long. The Goblin Fires, for some reason I thought there was one down here, and it looks like on the map there might be if I turn left right here. The bottom edge of one could be there, but I don't see it. So I'm going to head up, and if I can really do the damage and not have to spend a lot of time healing, I think I can get this quest set done. But yeah, we'll rock this funky build. I don't know if I can kill 2 mobs at once, honestly. This really is like hard mode LOTRO. It brings a nice revitalization to Dwarden's experience. I think. Oh, that lag might have cost me this fight. I don't think it quite fully cost me this. Oh, nope. That did not work well. Well, this actually takes me exactly where I wanted to go. That was basically what I was going to do. Wait, why is Grimbeorn here? Is that normal? Has he always been here? Maybe he has. Maybe I just never recognize him as Grimbeorn, because that's like, I don't know.
Hail, friend, and well met. Vermin, might you spare a moment of your time?
Way up the pack.
What do you need?
I don't remember all these talking things. Oh, so that actually sends us down to the next camp. Okay. We're still gearing up for Goblin Town, but it looks like not quite ready to go to Goblin Town. So maybe I'll like try to play this character in a little spurt where I actually finish these quests and get him ready for Goblin Town. That was the idea today, is I'd get him ready for Goblin Town. I didn't know I'd run into so many troubles with the damage, but that's okay. We might also do some missions on him or things to boost his level up a little bit that could actually be pretty helpful. I also have a lot of Virtue XP boosters. So it's possible using something like that could Of course, it'd be beneficial for this character, but could actually have a really significant impact. It also might help. Might help if I actually equip these virtues. That could be, actually, they could just not be equipped for this one. Yeah, they are equipped for my proper Dwarden spec. But yeah. Also, apparently I had a... Oh, that's the XP disabler one. Okay. Yeah, I don't need that on this character at the moment. 97 to 98 damage. I equip the shield and I get like over 10% damage boost. And it's crazy. Dwarden is on Langeval. This is what time of day is it? 4 dawn. That makes sense why it's not like completely blue and has a little bit of a greenish tint in the back. I love Misty Mountains, great for screenshots. There's a pretty good chance that one of these will be a future thumbnail for this character's streams. But yeah, he's in his element. It's been too hot everywhere else. It was a good temperature for him. At least I feel that way just because it's so hot already. I'm ready for fall. And it's not even summer and I'm ready for fall. But anyway, I think I have been here long enough. Since I don't even have track for how long this stream went. Maybe we hit the 6-hour mark, so that'd be exciting. It really is the longest stream I have done in a very long while. I know I used to have some decent length streams, but it's been a good moment since I've had one. So it was really fun to have one of those again. I don't know if that, like me just having fun doing one this long means that I'll necessarily get back to another really long stream in the near future. This wasn't planned to be quite this long, but again, got through a lot of content. Anyway, I'm 6 minutes away from 6 hours. Really? If I'm 6 minutes away from 6 hours, can't I just sit here 6 more minutes to make it? Can I actually see? Oh yeah, I can. Okay. I just had to refresh the watch page and I can see I'm like 5 hours, 55 minutes at this point. But yeah, I have, hopefully it doesn't actually take me 5 minutes to ramble about my upcoming content, but upcoming content wise, just to update you all, I plan to have a video early next week that I believe I have to technically finish right around tomorrow. So I do intend to do that. That'll probably be not all of my Saturday, but that'll be my big Saturday project, is editing the video. Yeah, and see, after 2 hour streams, I could see that. I think changing up what I actually do in a stream this long really helps, because we did, sort of broke it down, did Dwarden, did certain level cap content, did other, if you ask me, more enjoyable level cap content, and then some other sort of random things mixed in. But yeah, it can be tough. I'm definitely like, wouldn't be able to sit here much longer without a good break, basically. But yeah, I'm exciting content coming up and ready to wrap up this stream, I think. Monday, let's see, if the video is actually Monday, it will be on the Warden. I also had another video planned that I decided to push back for this Warden video. And then I honestly don't know what this next week will bring, but I'm probably going to be fairly busy for all of April. And I'm hoping with the anniversary that there's like something exciting, some exciting content there. Otherwise, there's still tons of stuff to check out on Update 35 that I plan to eventually have videos of. Also, the big class guide is probably my next big project to work on. So that's what's coming up. Go ahead and get wrapped up with this very long stream. So I hope you all did enjoy it. All 6 almost hours. I'm sure everyone watched every single second of it. And if you did enjoy though, please consider liking and subscribing for more, or becoming a channel member to support the content. And thanks for joining, chatting, and watching, everyone.